like we're back.
Restart Twitch. Oh, we're so back.
Hey, hello again. I did momentarily consider pausing the run while the stream got rebooted, but I'm already going to be here for 8 hours. I don't really need to be here for another 5 minutes.
It's okay. They missed you leaving a dungeon.
Yep.
If it was an interesting boss fight or something, or a cool piece of tech, it might have been worth it. But you were literally walking out of a dungeon.
Thank you, Frisky. I'm afraid it's a little bit late. We've already lost 15 minutes due to bad luck, but it's okay. We're here for charity. Growing for content. I have become so spoiled by the any percent random counter rate when Smoke's running.
They don't do much, but they do more than nothing.
They sure do something.
I'm going to leave you alone for a brief moment. I will be right back.
Yep. Growing for content? I love it. Hey, Paint Scroll, when are we going to see you submit Fields of Mystria to one of these marathons? Yeah, you are being called out. Your farm is extremely cute. Hey, Blink, thanks very much. I'm afraid we have already died 4 times? 3 times? I think 3 times. Died 3 times. Does it? I mean, I suppose it doesn't have to be a speedrun. You could just stream Mystria. That would also be acceptable. I would absolutely watch you learning the Majora's Mask speedrun. What made you pick that game? Not that it is a bad game, it is just very out of left field. I've never heard you mention a Zelda game before.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
The advantage of just being a commentator is that I get bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is rough on the speedrunner because there's a 45-second input break,
About
2
that,
minutes
yeah.
into the run.
Oh no, the one
and
that's
nothing else.
the one at the start of the run is a 2-minute input break. The one during the
Okay.
Great Bird cutscene is about 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, well today I learned a bit of paint scroll lore. Apparently they're a huge Majora's Mask stan.
We are here for lore.
I have not played any of the
Technically played one of the DS ones, haven't you?
I mean, I have played A Link Between Worlds, but I mean that's 3D art, but it's a 2D Zelda.
That's true. It is a Link to the Past remake.
The gameplay is 2D, like you see from above.
Yeah.
My uncoordinated old man brain just action games. Okay, I am pretty sure I am short on money. Quick little backup.
We also just never owned.
Well, we had an N64.
Either.
We could have bought Ocarina
We
of
could
Time or
have, but
Majora's
we
Mask,
didn't.
but yeah.
We never owned either of those games. Our exposure to 3D Link was entirely in Super Smash Bros. So we have just acquired another character, or are acquiring another character. His name is Sten. He is a monkey.
I don't really expect I will ever play them. Action games are just not really my thing, and I'm sure eventually N64 emulators will get quite good, but and they're the kind of things that you really want a controller to play. I don't have one. I'm not especially interested. I have finite gaming time, and there's other things I'd rather play. Yes. Oh,
Like 1% of your Steam library.
exactly. So that's so. On. Sweet. Shoot. That was actually pretty efficient.
For anyone interested in getting into speedrunning this game, or even just getting into a bit more casually playing this game, 8 hours looks like a lot, but like with most RPGs, the community has created like a short form speedrun of the game that just goes up to the the next boss fight that we will be encountering in a few minutes. So it's like a solid, when you first do the categories, a couple hours, but the records are down in the sort of low hour and change mark at this point. It's sort of this game's equivalent to Kefka at Narsh or Boogie Percent for Earthbound. Just, a nice, easy bite-sized chunk of the game to speedrun. And the community is always looking for more people to run that, so do it.
And Ryu kind of just got hecked in the face, so that's cool. Really hope I don't have to fight anything spooky.
Throwing for charity.
But error, goddammit. Shoot the bird. They shot the bird. Well, huh. Okay. How about we just run? Yeah. Yeah. How about... Good lord, This is shocking.
This never happened in practice.
Yeah, well, this all snowballed from when they set up the attack up into attack Ryu and high roll the damage. Like, this is all because Ryu. And also because Sten is completely failing it. Sten is a reasonably fast character. This should be better than the minimum chance. And yeah. Well, that's a new one. How far are we walking back from? Oh no. We are walking back from Corsair. Or from the ruins.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Well,
oh boy.
That's fun.
Brutal. So what you're witnessing right here is one of the downsides to things like death warping. We don't save it's both a time-saving thing and a death warping thing. We don't always save at save points so that we can have further away save points as our revival points so that we can death warp over long distances. But it also means that if you die, you go back really far.
So what just happened was a confluence of several factors. One of them is the attack up spell in this game is comically overpowered. It just straight doubles your offense stat, and with the way this game calculates damage, that just produces obscenely high damage numbers. Like, we will be using the attack up spell ourselves a lot when we get access to it. And those lizard things are normally not very threatening. They don't do very much damage. You can kill them quite quickly. But if they do exactly that combo of Lizard 1 uses attack up on Lizard 2, and then Lizard 2 attacks, you can just have a character die. And when that character is both your main tank and your best damage dealer, that's kind of a problem. In any percent, even if that did happen, it wouldn't be a problem, because it's just a revive Ryu. That's fine. But in Glitchless, we are not wealthy enough to afford revive items until a lot later. So we just had to hope that we made it to the next town, where we could sleep at the inn and revive Ryu that way, and then we just got the lizards in the face a second time. And Nina is the only other character who is equipped to kill those things in a reasonably quick fashion because they're weak to thunder. But one of the mechanics in this game is if an enemy tries to attack a character who is dead, In other words, when the enemy selects their target, they do not account for who's alive and who's dead, and if they select a dead target, it just automatically redirects to the character in the back of the party, which is really cool. That's usually where you put your squishy Nina. So then they immediately killed Nina. And at that point, I was kind of hosed. The thing is both Sten and Kat are fast, so the odds of running away were actually kind of okay. And then they just weren't kind of okay. So that's fun.
They were okay until they weren't.
Yeah. So yeah, I have never died there before, and I do not expect to ever die there again. But in Glitchless, Breath of Fire 2 can kind of just kill you sometimes. For very strange reasons.
Look, we gotta keep them guessing.
Yeah,
you know?
but it does require several things to all go wrong at the same time. Just the initial sequence of the faster lizard buffing the slower lizard with attack up, and then the slower lizard attacking rather than also using a buff spell, was already improbable. And if it had targeted anyone other than Ryu, it also would have been fine. Anyway, that's a cool way to lose 2 minutes. Yeah, there, 6 damage. The thing that one-shot Ryu from full health also just did 6 damage. That's what I mean when I say these things are normally a threat. Get Capitan without another fight. Excellent. Okay, now how many herbs can we afford? Quite a few. I think 54 is enough. What do you think, Pax?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Okay, now surely nothing bad will happen on.
It'll be. Yeah, this dungeon and the associated boss fight are really interesting because, boy, are they a huge difficulty spike. They are far and away the hardest thing that you have fought up until this point in the game. They are also going to continue to be the hardest thing in the game for quite a while afterwards. The upcoming boss has more hit points than like 6 or 7 subsequent bosses after it.
It is a true difficulty spike in its literal meaning, rather than a difficulty jump.
Yeah, in that the difficulty goes up sharply and then just as sharply back down.
Hey, Matthew. Nope. Bo is still guilty.
Honestly, I'd be fine if he stayed guilty.
Yep. I would be fine if we got the Creon skip.
That won't happen.
Not on this run.
In
Plus 20 minutes
this
for
economy?
It doesn't even let me off the turtle. Very nice, very nice. Oh. We got the crayon skip. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Nice things do happen sometimes.
Who said that nice things were allowed to happen to you?
It's pretty. Packs keep him entertained. I'm damage counting.
So yeah, this boss sucks. It has a huge pool of hit points, multiple AoE attacks, and it can just make your characters hit your other characters. It is not a fun time. And this is coincidentally the boss that I was mentioning earlier in the short form version of the run. So it is actually kind of an appropriate difficulty spike in that context of the final boss that you fight in the sort of the short category of the game ends up being like an actual difficulty challenge and appropriate as the final boss for a category. But it can also be a bit of a run ender because all of its attacks do lots and lots of damage, and if it just back-to-back AoEs you too many times, you're in trouble.
Yeah, Nina has located her natural habitat. Half dead now. Morgan Mike, hello. Oh, that's fine. You're welcome, Hera.
Fortunately, this boss is largely doable because of speed. Having most of the party faster than the Terrapin certainly helps for healing rounds, where all the characters can just throw down a bunch of healing items and get us out of the danger zone. We don't have to worry about getting walloped back to back by the boss or anything like that.
So I'm trying to let people slowly die off as he approaches dead, because I wanted Death Warp after this. But he's still a little too health. Got about 100 left. Should be. What? Hope I counted correctly. Oh, with the crit, it's fine. It's a nice safety. Cool. Decent Death Warp setup. Okay, sorry for being very quiet, but damage counting that guy makes a substantial difference. Because if you have to keep everybody healthy, because you don't know when he's going to die, then you have a really slow Death Warp afterward. Paint Scroll, I'm surprised that you previously weren't in a constant state of wanting to play Istria. How could you? Spend time with your second point. Real life obligations? I don't know, that sounds like Hey Gangrel, good to see you. You are 22 minutes behind. That's cool. That's totally, oh my god, that, even with the Creon skip, lost 9 minutes.
Woof.
Yeah, that was a... Okay. Well, surely nothing bad will happen from now on.
Yeah. Look, with the kind of luck that this run is having, I'm half expecting Nimafu to put everyone to sleep and then do nothing but cast Thunder for the remainder
for sure,
of the
that's
fight.
definitely happening. Okay, see you later, Rubble. Breathing on me and just hit me. Or I guess I can hit myself first. Oh, no. No gut save. Bad cat. And they are still just breathing. Stay down. We just skipped an entire little mini game where we could have saved villagers as well. As we didn't, we get a better spell. If you do the mini game, you actually get a worse reward. It's very cool.
I always forget about saving the villagers.
And is back in the party. Hooray.
Oh yes, by the way, welcome to one of the more egregious parts of this game in terms of like just going back and forth between 2 points.
That is the most egregious. No competition.
They send you back and forth from Capitan to Township multiple times, and the only way it's even remotely tolerable is because death warping is a thing.
And because party, so you could control most of it.
So yeah, at least you can roll.
Oh my goodness. Alright.
Nice rolling.
Something had to go well.
Look, you got a 0 get up roach. That trade.
That's true. I did get a 0 get up.
The luck required there is therefore lost on the rest of the run.
Literally the split entire run.
So I want a green split on the roach, and a finger on the monkey's paw curls, and it's red splits on everything else.
very first time, we actually have a safety life pill.
Whoa!
We can revive 1 time. Yeah, I didn't get a fight. That's kind of astounded at
Throwing for charity.
that. All good. Here for fun.
Punishment for the daytime slot.
Must be that. Yep. See it. Good job, Cat. Then you do better. Hey, Sludge's help. That's nice. You didn't counter. Thank goodness. It's always very irritating when the counter attacks actually kill off the enemies. Alright. Plus 23.5 minutes.
Ooh,
Cool.
those are rookie numbers. Gotta pump up those numbers.
Yeah, I'll get it right. Party. And I need a sip of water or something? I have water right in front of me. The water may admittedly mildly contaminated with caffeine, but it is mostly water.
Hey,
It's a
the
froge.
the true hero emerges. It is this frog. Look at him. Look at this absolute unit. Honestly, this joke is, I think, probably my favorite one in the entire game.
Phew, nailed it.
He's a prince who's been turned into a frog, and the payoff to this joke is incredible.
Let the record show I am 4 for 4 on perfect random.
Yeah, you're killing it on those rolls.
Let me in.
Getting into this witch's tower is fun because you just kind of have to take random battles on this button until Lady Luck decides that
You may enter now.
done enough battles. Yeah.
Sometimes it only takes 2. Hey, today it only took 2. That is actually the minimum. Very nice. The run
Sometimes
is
it
trying to apologize.
Yeah. I'm really sorry that you're 23 minutes behind. Here's a 2-fight witch tower. Like,
At last, we have enough money that we can afford smokes. We're not just desperately trying to buy all the armor we can to not die. Ouch. Ah. So routing this little section of the game is very interesting because you've got 4 characters to pick from: Cat, Sten, and they all have merits. You can only bring 3. Bring. I'm pretty sure the route that I have is best, but I am prepared to possibly. This fight sucks. Oh. Hey, nobody. That was a lot of dodges. Okay. Get him, Rand. I remember boxes. That one and that one. The other 4 boxes have only a single $1 each and are not worth the time it takes to open. Hey, not the bird. Hey, not the monkey. Oh, Oh,
Perhaps it would be best if you didn't hit anyone at all, Pentuk.
that's fine. Okay. Chocolate coins? Yeah, that seems legit. Okay, and now, tile puzzle. Do I remember the solution? I think so. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This one. Another random encounter. That's very nice. This one. Not that one. Oh. Still got it. Nice. Have to eat. And smoke tile. Look at me, it's almost like I routed this game.
Almost.
Good comedic timing. Oh yeah, everybody loves Semaphore. Somebody summon Jen. She can't miss the
Yeah.
bugs. These guys are a little annoying because they counter, they heal, and they don't have an elemental units. So this fight is just kind of a slog. Also, they're quite beefy. Take very much.
They are not beefy, they are pigs.
Huh.
They are porky.
Fair. I cannot argue that point. Fortunately, they're also quite thick, so they are healing the guy who is already at full health. Ugh. Well, this was going really well up until exactly right now.
It was going well until it wasn't.
Hey, Rand also has a spell now. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Autumn. Glad you could make it. Alright, boss fight. Unfortunate random encounter right at the end, but oh well, boss fight.
And behold, one of my favorite character designs in this whole game. This game's sprite work is excellent.
Yeah, for my money, this is one of the Super Nintendo.
10 out of 10, no notes.
Purely ability damage. Okay, she did not Sweet Breath, therefore we win the fight. It is that simple. Whoosh. Get him with the 256. So for some reason, this is one of the only boss fights in the game that has a super low magic resist stat, so you just land the agility down 100% of the time. And she never gets a second action.
Meanwhile, this is the boss after the Terrapin that like nearly wiped you multiple times.
Yep, and she's just a 2-round. There, we saved 2 whole minutes on that split. Now we're only plus 21.
Hey.
Lord.
Saving time.
Uh-huh. Saving. Okay. Don't forget smoke. Oh, thank goodness for the lead-off attack. Those things suck. Get me out. I do not want to fight the Senate.
I am the Senate.
Hey, we're free. Another flawless rand roll. With no random encounter, even. Breath of Fire 2 giveth, and Breath of Fire 2. So I feel like at this point I should draw back the curtain. The reason the rand rolls go so well is because by playing on emulator, I am also playing on keyboard rather than on controller. Doing those rand rolls is significantly easier on a keyboard because your 4 directional inputs are all completely independent of one another. It gives you much finer control than trying to do it on a D-pad.
Here is the delightful payoff to that joke. This frog, this prince had been turned into a frog by a witch. So, you know, the kiss of a woman turns him back into a prince. But he was already a frog. He
Just
is a frog.
normal-sized frog.
So he just becomes a frog prince. But, like, he's still a frog.
Thank you for the good luck, Autumn. Armor, Fuzzy Ball, Dragon Spell. Okay, Wildcat Restaurant. Surely nothing bad will happen here.
The Wildcat Restaurant's a pretty interesting place playing casually because you get asked a series of questions. You know, would you like to remove your hat? Would you like to, swap your weapons for a knife and fork? Would you like to cover yourself in salt and pepper? Normal questions to be asked when you go to a restaurant. And if you say no to any of the things, you fight one of the maitre d's, who are big muscled up director of human resources looking guys. And depending on how you answer the final question of how would you like your meal cooked, you'll actually go into the next boss fight with different amounts of damage taken. So you can actually walk into the boss fight with basically no hit points and none of your equipment because you swapped it all for plates and knives and forks and stuff. It's a really fun little kind of customization little mini game thing.
I have never
unfortunately,
seen
this is
any other RPG something like this, and I love it so much.
Yeah. It's really clever, and unfortunately in the speedrun we just kind of breeze through it like we breeze through a lot of the other stuff, but... We just throw our massive damage dragon at it and call it a day.
Get the frog! No, that's the monkey. That's probably okay. That is. That's the thing you can do on two. Okay, yep, still good. Hey, we saved another minute. Now we're only plus 20.
Hey! Give it a few more splits and we might even be down to plus 18.
Well, the upsetting thing is, the fact that I'm saving time on these splits means that the world record is actually not that optimized. It's just I need to not lose 20 minutes at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, you just need to get good.
That's the problem. Okay, so we are taking John's cloak off and extend his dagger. Socket. Already did. Now we hop. Now it is.
Oh yes, and Jean does provide us with one of our fast travel methods. He turns into a big frog and hops around, which is cool because he can hop over ledges and swim through water and stuff like that.
It is more convenient than it sounds, given that it is just he turns into a big frog and then you move at the normal speed.
Yeah, but bypassing all of that different terrain and stuff is actually incredibly useful.
If you remember that we had to go and take a ferry to get here from Capitan and then go through a forest where we met Jean. Once you have Jean, you can bypass that entire thing with a little bit of funky looking hopping. But we go. Now, I get to sit here and be very appreciative of the Breath of Fire 2 community for voting to allow turbo controls. Because now I am just holding two buttons. Specifically, I'm holding C and E. Oh yeah, I guess that merits explaining. In Breath of Fire 2, the text will scroll faster if you hold a second button while you mash whatever you're mashing to a text. So hold B and mash A is faster than just mashing A. So when I say I'm holding C and E, that's I have C key bound, that's my B button, E is my turbo A button. Also, posture check. Who is hunched over their keyboard like a shrimp? I am. A shrimp.
Me, but I've been I've been painting while while I've been commentating for you, so I have also been hunched over my desk like a gremlin. And giving myself eye strain.
If any of those crackling noises were picked up by the microphone, don't worry, that was just my neck. Another neat little mechanic, anytime the party availability changes, so whenever somebody new joins or leaves the party, you get a full heal. Just an easy way for the devs to make sure you never accidentally end up in a situation and like everybody in your party is dead because the only person who is alive left the party. But it's really useful in terms of routing the speedrun. We can cut out a lot of places where we would otherwise ordinarily have to heal, because people tend to join and leave the party after boss fights. Very handy.
We're also just going to hang out for a few minutes with just 3 party members.
Yep.
A rare occurrence in this game.
Trust me, this boss fight here does not warrant going and getting a 4th party member. We do not need the reinforcements.
Also, for those of you keeping score lore-wise, you may have noticed a familiar face in one of the cages that we just walked past. That's going to be important in like an hour.
Yeah. But first...
It's going to take us a minute to get there.
But first, we have to compete in Iron Chef.
Yeah, we have to compete in a Master Chef challenge. We have to gather bugs from a basement, and we have to like.
Hey Tina, you made it. At will be joining us shortly.
Whee! We have to prevent a coup in Frog Kingdom.
Murder an innocent guard for nothing. Not totally for nothing. Like, he was giving me some lip.
Ugh, we're only 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, you know, we're getting there.
Every time I agree to do this, I forget how long it is.
8 hours is That's a lot of hours.
Like, I know how long the game is, but I forget how long it feels.
Alright, Best Girl will rejoin us now. This is actually a required save, that's not for safety, because we want to be able to go back here. Okay, now I have worked tight. Whew. Got him. But because we already came here and cleaned this out early, skip all of the stuff straight here. Can't lament now, there's girls watching. Are there girls watching? What even?
Yes, we just jumped into a toilet. This will not be the last time we jump into a toilet.
Nor will it be the last time we get embroiled in the internal politics of a sovereign nation.
Yeah. I feel like the real questionable thing here, though, is jumping into the toilet. That's the real head scratcher here.
Oh. The first time you come here, you can talk to that guy that warps you outside. Second time you come, you actually have to walk. And once again, no bonk fight. If there's one thing that's gone well today, the lack of bonk fights. Am I not inspiring you to play Breath of Fire 2? It's on your list. You could be playing it right now. I guess, well, right this evening. Not me just evangelizing for Breath of Fire 2.
That'll be a fun little event, a little like Breath of Fire 2 play along.
doing escape him. Oh, Petapi? Yeah, I'd vote for her. Don't vote
Also,
for kings. So yes. Does that qualify as a pun? It's wordplay. I'm sure if it is technically. Okay, see you later, Era.
I mean, she did lift a boulder, so...
Her little animation during the end credits is literally her lifting a barbell.
Yeah. I like that she's just canonically jacked.
Yep. All that exercise from carrying the entire country on her back all the time. Alright. Shopping time. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. Okay, sell. Silver dagger. Smoke. Wool. Smokes are bad for your health, but they do save time. They're bad for your wallet.
I suppose that's accurate to real life.
Yeah. Will do, Tina. Have fun with the kiddos. I would suggest that you're welcome to leave us on as background noise to help entertain them, but I do not know if we are kid-friendly.
I'm trying.
Alright, I do not know if I am kid-friendly.
Also, Rubble jumped into the call, but I have not heard Rubble say.
Well, he did say he would join us. He might just be setting up.
I hope he's not like accidentally muted and like, why isn't anyone talking to me?
The classic Discord maneuver. Oops, I've been on mute for the last 10 minutes.
I do that in D&D games all the time, where it's like, it'll come up to my turn in a combat, and I'll be like, okay, I'm going to do this and this and this and this, and then I'll just hear, are you there, Tax?
This is one of those cool boss fights that actually doesn't matter. You can't kill him, the fight just ends when he gets bored.
It's 5 turns.
That's convenient. That'll be easy.
I'm going to take a minute to top up my beverage.
Gotta say. And some clothes. Squishy. Wait, what the? Oh no, did I? Hey, I do not know what is going on there. Okay, I have done something. What on earth did I do? I think I know what. Shoot. That's gonna. Okay, so when we did the Wildcat, as a reward for doing that fight early before the plot forces you to, you get either the Chop Chop spell or a permanent health boost. And you are supposed to get the Chop Chop spell on Stan, but you have to talk to him twice to get it, and I think I must have only talked to him once. Do not have it. That is gonna be a son of a... Okay, what does that affect? God, that affects so many things. Yeah, this is a new way to lose time. I have not done that before.
Did something bad happen? What happened?
I don't have Chop Chop on Stan.
Wait, what? What?
I must have
How?
only talked to the Wildcat guy once. And he's like,
Oh no!
like, I'll give you a reward, talk to me again. I must have not talked to him again.
No! And I wasn't paying attention. No! That is tragic.
Yeah, so my Sten now has no effective way of dealing consistent damage. Which is gonna be a real problem when I have to do his solo section.
We're doing it live, guys. We're doing it live. This is good stuff.
Okay. Okay. You could say that, Cerberus, but you won't, right? That would be terrible. Why would you say that?
Skies?
Okay. I think he should be dead now. Oh, alright. Fight went well. But man, not having Chop Chop is gonna suck.
Yeah, that's certainly a new one.
So once Sten learns Flame, Flame does around the same damage as Chop Chop. Of course, it'll burn through it very quickly, so I'm going to use W first and use it that way. No, I'm pretty sure if I go and try and get it now, they'll just have their regular dialogue.
Yeah, they don't. If you don't do it in the moment, then you just can't do it.
So for Sten, for the Trubo fight and Sten's solo section, I can use Flame. All that will happen is it's going to burn through a couple extra W fruits. But for the random battles in here and the whale, that is a problem. I think if I can make it past Munmar, it'll still be a nuisance, but it won't be a huge. Oh, okay, let's side. Okay, so it should only be 2 in. Oh, not good. God damn.
Oh no.
That was my life, PL. Trying to do. Wait. Well, to be fair, this most recent issue is definitely an own goal. This is a self-inflicted problem. Okay, that worked out. Oh, and then there's two of the idiots here. Alright.
This is a marathon run if I've ever seen
oh,
one.
no! They killed Stat. Okay, I think... Back up. They don't also kill Rand. It is. It's done. Goes off with my approach attacks, and I have my monkey back. That's good because the monkey is really important for the upcoming gold life fight.
Bringing it back.
Yeah. I did not really intend to have to do this much improvising. I mean, we're getting there. It looks like I might get away with it. Good lord. But that is a mistake that I will not make.
As long as there aren't any meddling kids.
Yeah. It's okay, I'm just making sure we use up all hours of our estimate.
Yeah. We're just really padding time.
What a goofy boss fight. He's completely non-threatening, but he has 2,000 health.
for some reason.
Yeah. One big old bullet sponge. Probably fruit.
For anyone who has completely lost track of what the heck we're doing and why, after we turned the frog back into a frog prince, we took him back to his kingdom only to find that someone else is there, possibly pretending to be him. And in order to prove that our frog prince is the real frog prince, we have to have a Master Chef challenge. And so we're down in the basement gathering bugs for the greatest cook-off in history.
I like
That is
how
a
Breath of Fire 2 it's one ESRB approved swear word on the Goldfly. Oh, that's gonna be irritating. You're all gonna get to listen to poison noises as I walk out of here because I'm out of antidotes.
bop 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 bop
Yep.
bop.
Exactly like that. What I hear? Starting to look pretty injured. Holy moly. I'm not free. I'm free. Thank goodness that was. Whew. Safe. And the wall money.
Love the wall money. What's it doing there? Who put it there?
Who knows?
Whose crazy idea was this?
Important thing, I'm not complaining. Hey, Dragon Sage, good to see you. Okay, we got a good 2 or 3 minutes of dialogue here. How's it going, chat? Roll call. Who's around? How's it going? Well, that gives me an idea of what the audio delay is like. Summon Kaiser. Excellent. Glad that you are having a good time watching me having a bad time.
That's the best recipe for having a good time.
Exactly. What we're all here for. Oh, I'm out of coffee. That's a real. I have not played any Dark Souls games, Chip. I have watched them, and I feel like I have gotten all of the I would get out of it. I prefer my comical suffering in action game.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Rubble, you made it. Welcome to the
Finished
pit of
with
suffering.
finance for the day. Ready to watch you suffer, Charles.
Well, I made it interesting on myself by not acquiring Chop Chop.
Oh no.
So Sten is short on ways to hurt things.
Did you hack up the text boss, or did you just forget to talk to him? Or
Well, so I talked to him with Sten, and then evidently forgot to talk to him a second time when he actually gives you the spell, and was not paying attention because I'm probably talking to PAX or answering chat or something. Oops.
that's gonna make things interesting.
Yeah, interesting is definitely the word I'm using.
Look,
Funnily
we're
enough,
here
it's
to have
actually
fun.
going to be the random encounters that it's a problem for more than the boss fights.
Sounds like a lot of T-Dragon spamming.
Yeah. That is gonna chew through supply.
Well, this should make an interesting run. Looking forward to it.
Growing for
I say in
content.
the most devious way possible.
We're out here throwing for content and charity.
At least we don't have to jump into this toilet.
No, this time the toilet is an elevator?
Sten, you can't do anything. I guess you can bomb. That'll do a bit of damage. Regular attack is definitely the best thing he can do. Oh, who's getting it in the face? It Stan. Goodbye, foolish monkey. Aren't any good in the first place. One more dragon. Back to the poke. That's fine. Alright. We should. Oh, the counterattacks got me covered. Alright, we're good. Nothing bad ever happens in Breath of Fire 2.
Never.
Easy. And Sten has been punished for his sins. So, Rubble, when are we getting to see your GBA run back?
I knew you were going to ask about that. Oh, I've been routing the mid game while I've been trying to shave my Terrapin time down.
Oh,
So
neat.
that in combination with trying to get the actual, 8 hours or so to be able to run it. I really, really am hoping to do it in the next 2 weeks.
That would be very cool.
When you gonna get around to verifying my Terrapin run, Charles?
Oh, is it not verified? I can do
Nah,
it
I
after
got
this
one in the
finishes.
queue. It was mainly just a pokey jokey.
I do not remember to check speedrun.com.
Yeah, understandable.
Mod abuse.
Yep. Definitely it is. Cat ran jump. Get this foolish monkey away from us.
And now, after many, many hours of searching, we finally obtain the woman with the bat wings.
There we go, folks. I told you that it would matter in like an hour.
I'm guessing that was about an hour ago.
Yep, something like that.
Yeah, this section takes a long.
It really does.
Because it's like 4 boss fights. a huge plot segment.
Well, we killed the jailer about 45 minutes ago.
Woof.
Get the sweet.
Ah, yes. We saved the kingdom, so we have a right to all of their
That's how it
all of their
works.
treasures.
It's in the rules. I checked. Okay, here's the cute
As
little,
is tradition.
hopping attack.
Until I started running this game, I did not even know you could bypass that forest and the cliff without
Oh, yeah.
retransforming.
Really?
It really is.
It's the equivalent. It's the old Super Nintendo equivalent of like the Skyrim horse. climbing
travel.
over mountains on your Skyrim horse.
Another flawless rand roll. I might suck at every other part of this game, but gosh, I can rand roll.
Keyboard warrior.
Yep.
I remember the first time playing this, how cool I thought it was that the map and the battle sounds changed as you progressed through the game.
It's a nice little show of progress, and it just gives a bit of like an epic feel to know that
Right.
you've like reached a milestone in the game. So yes, this is the segment that we're now doing is sort of the end. Like this game is kind of unofficially broken up into 3 acts, just kind of based on story arcs and plot milestones and stuff. And this segment that we're about to do now is based on like the music changes. Technically the start of Act 2, but plot-wise it's sort of the finale of the first act of the game. It kind of brings the story of the beginning of the game to a close. Kind of brings things full circle with you and your good buddy pal Bo. And ends in an incredibly anticlimactic boss fight.
It sure do.
You throw an auto attack and a dragon at the boss fight, and the fight is over.
It's funny, in most respects, Breath of Fire 2, extremely well-made game, and then there's just a couple of things that really stand out. Like how dragon spells and attack up just completely the combat balance.
Well, and it's really weird because I would have thought that the like you'd think that as you get later into the game the bosses would get harder, especially considering that the dragon abilities exist. The
Yep.
problem is the dragon abilities, the main ones that we've been using for the last several boss fights, the big ones that do 512 damage, are optional.
They're missable. Easily missable.
They're an easily missable optional thing if you don't know where to find them, because you have to swim into a waterfall while in Jean's frog form, and it's entirely possible that both before and after Sima Fort you didn't do much in the way of exploring in Jean's frog form, and like what reason would you have to think there's a secret cave behind a waterfall? You've never really encountered anything like that up until this point in the game. So if you don't know it's there, you can very easily miss it. So they couldn't actually design the bosses on the assumption that you had those abilities. But they managed to design a whole bunch of bosses in a row that are still really easy, even if you don't have them. And are tiny speed bumps if you do have them. And Trout is a great example of that, where he's already an easy fight, and he's a complete joke with an automatic 512 points of damage. And one of the reasons why the Terrapin is so difficult is because it was actually designed to be a difficult fight, and you have no access to super powerful dragon abilities because you haven't reached that point in the plot. But then nothing afterwards is designed appropriately compared to that.
I will say that I do appreciate that you can't miss the final dragon form the way that you can in Breath of Fire 1.
Yes. It's kind of interesting, really, that like the puppy spells are plot required, and G-Dragon is plot required, but the actual just kind of like mainline dragon ability in this game is completely optional and missable.
The fact that in Breath of Fire 1 all of the dragon spells are optional at least sets a precedent, like, you have to go out of your way for these things.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's only a single point in Breath of Fire 2. Like, if you got the 3 puppies and the 3 elemental dragons all separately as 6 spells, and one of them was plot forced and 5 of them were hidden, that would make more sense than what it is now.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that the dragon abilities are too strong. I'm just saying that it's weird that the boss design is weird in light of the existence of the dragon spells, because again, like there isn't a boss with more hit points than the Terrapin for like another 2 hours of this game.
Well, not counting the G-Roach, but he doesn't really count because he has 0 defense and isn't just a bullet sponge.
Yeah, he's got 0 defense and no mechanics of any interest. But there are so many bosses in a row are just absolute pushovers, even without the dragons.
Yep.
The dragons just make them even more pushovers than they already were.
Yeah, the boss balance is just kind of all over. Like, you have Portal and Shupke. The mid-boss is noticeably way harder than the actual boss in that dungeon.
Like, they're back-to-back boss fights. Like Portal, and then the very next thing you do is fight Shupke, and Shupke is an absolute clown. But the boss before is actually really difficult.
Yeah, Tusk is a bear. Unless you're talking about Trubo.
No, he meant Portal.
I meant Portal.
Oh,
Shupke is easy, but Portal is hard.
Got it. Sorry, guys.
But also, comparatively, MC Tusk is also harder than Shupke. Trubo is hard. Is considering that it's a solo fight as Sten, it's harder than Shupke.
Everything is harder than Shupke, including the random battles. Why
Shupke
is
just
Shupke
a bad boss fight? Aruhamel in memory is a cool
in principle,
for a
but
boss
wastes
fight.
3/4 of its turns fucking around not doing anything.
Yeah.
The S Golem in Daisy's farm is usually a pushover, except the one fight in 10 he decides to cast Fireball and wipe your team. Imifu is a pushover, except the one time in 20 where she gets the 4-person sleep on turn 1 and then spellcasts you to death because the sleep mechanics in this game are not well balanced.
Yep. This is where I usually take a break.
Yeah, this would be a lovely 90-second input break, except you have to press A twice.
Yeah.
Evenly spaced throughout the cutscene.
They ruin the input break. Yeah, that's another good example. Barberry is a harder boss fight than Death Heaven.
True. Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
Accurate.
Yeah, really, in terms of like plot and everything too, Barberry is sort of the final boss in terms of difficulty, and also in like plot catharsis and stuff. And then Death Heaven's kind of a victory lap. It's sort of the trans Kuja into Necron situation. For any of you Final Fantasy IX enjoyers.
And Necron is such a weird final boss.
Yeah. But Academy Award for some of the best final boss music.
Oh, definitely. No question. But like, why was Kuja not the final boss fight? Why did we then have to fight the physical embodiment of death that had never previously been mentioned?
Why not? Because it's a Final Fantasy game, and they get weird sometimes.
It would be like if after beating Safer Sephiroth there were an extra bonus boss fight that was just like the physical embodiment of Cloud's trauma, which had never previously been referenced. Like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. It's not totally unrelated to the themes of the game, but it is still kind of out of nowhere. It violates storytelling principles.
Have I told you that I wrote a university paper on Final Fantasy IX?
Ah.
I wrote a university paper on Final Fantasy IX. It was great.
What course was that for?
It was for because I was an archaeology and medieval studies major,
Sure.
and one of the classes that I took was examining medievalism in video games. And it's been long enough now that I forget the exact like thesis of the paper, but basically it was examining it was examining the kind of the mirror in Final Fantasy IX of like the throwback to the Middle Ages in the way that Final Fantasy IX was a throwback to earlier Final Fantasy titles. It was a really cool paper to write.
Yeah, that sounds like it's badass.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great paper, and really gave me an even greater appreciation for Final Fantasy IX than I already had.
Understandable.
I had to like get into the meat and potatoes of like its development, and because like it was piggybacking off of stuff like Final Fantasy VIII and VII that were these really like ultra modern, somewhat futuristic, kind of almost like science fantasy type games, and then they just like Final Fantasy IX just went hard into like pure fantasy again.
Just complete throwback.
Because it was a throwback title. It was a throwback to like and I think that's part of where the Necron boss fight came up too, is it was this culmination of not just Final Fantasy IX, but of this throwback to the earlier Final Fantasy titles, where like the earlier games often had the crazy final boss out of nowhere type thing.
Right, you finish beating Zemus and you have to fight Zeromus in Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah, or like even just the idea of Zemus at all, where it's like, that you spend the whole game where it's like, oh, Golbez is the threat, and
Golbez,
then at the 11th hour we find out there's some guy named Zemus behind it all, and it's like, I guess we're fighting Zemus now. And
Totally
it's the
classic.
same kind of thing with Necron, and so it was really cool just examining how
The
Final
frog
Fantasy
has been
IX
slain.
was
Sorry.
this sort of aspirational throwback title. So I wrote a university paper on Final Fantasy IX. I got a really good grade on it too.
Nice.
I have forgotten most of the papers. The one thesis that I still remember, which was supposed to be a comparative essay between two different arguments, was Guy A and Guy B are both the most wrong arguments I have read in my life, but Guy B wins because at least he attempted to reference reality.
That's great.
I really enjoyed writing that paper.
Didn't
Oh,
you
thank
write...
you so much for the $50 donation.
Yo!
Sweet!
Very cool.
Thank you.
We adore charity.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Glad one of us is watching chat, because it ain't.
Bit of a plot update here. So now that we've done sort of the Act 1 thing of finding the female thief and clearing Bo of that robbery and then immediately going and committing another robbery, we're now on Act 2. And the inciting thing of Act 2 is it turns out that the forest near the town that we started the very beginning of the game in is dying, and that's really weird, and something hinky is happening, and we've been running into a lot of people turning into demons. I wonder what's going on. So the mayor of hometown sends us to go speak to the, quote, the grass man, who can speak to trees, and maybe we can find out what's going on with nature. But in order to do that, we have to get a whale, or we have to find a way to get to there, so we're going to get a whale. Because no one can just travel around in a normal way in this world, apparently. They don't seem to have boats.
The important thing is that we can all agree Spar is the Lord's, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. She speaks to the trees. Now we are going not into a toilet this time, but into a whale. We are inside of a whale. That's why all of the backgrounds are gross and fleshy.
Pulsating.
Pulsating. There's also a man who lives here.
And a couple of dolphins.
I try not to ask too many questions. Breath of Fire games have always lived and died on their absurdity.
I will say credit where it's due, the plot of Breath of Fire 2 is not as convoluted as the plot of Breath of Fire 1. And
That's
improved.
true. I mean, in Breath of Fire 1, you go inside the dreams of a mole man.
Well, in Breath of Fire 1, it's not just that stuff is weird, it's that where on earth are you supposed to go?
It is nothing. It's explained. I mean, it's bad enough here, where they say, like, go to Whale Cape. It's south of Sima Fort, and you just kind of have to piece together that you have to use Jean to hop down the river, because otherwise you can't actually get south of Sima Fort. But yeah, in Breath of Fire 1, they just straight up don't tell you where to go. You just I remember the first time I played Breath of Fire 1 casually, it was a nightmare.
Absolutely, and my first time was before the internet was really big, so there weren't walkthroughs and stuff like that either.
We used to print out 100+ page game facts walkthroughs
Good
because
times.
we grew up with like dial-up internet, and so it was actually
Yep.
easier to access the walkthrough once and print the whole thing out
Oh no.
than have to be constantly going on the internet and like looking it up.
Sounds about right.
Oh no! What have you done this time?
Cat is dead again.
Oh no!
Yeah, Mike, that's right. Is in BOF1, you just always go to the next spot. That's how to play the game.
You go to the next spot, or sometimes if you're in the process of getting the B rang, you go to the previous spot and the diagonal spot and back to the previous spot and then to the next spot and then to the upward adjacent spot and then sometimes nowhere. I
Well,
hated that side quest so much.
Able to buy exactly 1 life PL, and I have immediately had to use it again. Back to a state
Classic.
of having no safety.
We love this game.
Surely bad.
Doesn't seem too rough without Chop Chop.
Well, that's because I have so far not fought the stuff where Chop Chop is really important. And also, I'm burning through my W faster than usual.
Yeah, Frisky, we didn't even have the internet at my house. I had to like either go to the library or go to the school and print them. So that was even worse.
Medicaid. Must be able to
Nice casual Medicaid drop.
do it myself. Hosted. You don't see that very often. So the Soul Sword, along with I think 1 or 2 other weapons in the game, has the toasty property where it will occasionally one-shot things. It just does damage equal to their max HP.
Wait, the Soul Sword could do that?
Yeah.
I'm
think
sorry.
it's
We've been
also-
playing
I
this
think
game
it's-
for like 27 years, and I never knew that was a thing.
Isn't it great?
I think it's a property of all soul weapons because I know the silver dagger you can also toast enemies with.
I don't think the
What?
Silver Dagger does.
I am absolutely sure.
Hey, 2 game facts.
We got to get Nitrodon on this. How often does the toasted effect proc?
Very.
Yeah, I don't know the odds. It is very rare.
What? How did I not know this?
Sounds like you need to play some more BOF too.
I guess?
Right. That is good. Fight a boss. May or may not actually be
Oh,
visible
yes.
on the stream.
The Nintendo Power Helpline, the classic money trap.
Okay, so apparently the Soul Sword, Glass Dagger, Final Knuckle, Lop Off Whip, and Ninetail Whip, like a bunch of the
sounds right.
rare and late game stuff, can toast.
Not
What?
Silver Dagger though. Gotcha.
Silver.
This is blowing my mind. I'm not gonna lie.
So this is yet another boss fight who always does a first turn sleep, just to make things interesting. You stays
Also-
awake. Alright.
This boss also has the chance to be completely invisible because he flickers at the refresh rate of the stream.
Yep.
So sometimes you just can't see him.
Okay, Nina gave Ryu a little love tap there just in case Ryu fell asleep, but he's fine. Now we're gonna 1v1 this guy with a sword, because he takes a lot of damage. Fun fact, you may notice that Ryu's counterattack there did a lot less damage than the regular attack. This guy is a spirit type enemy, which means he takes double damage from Holy and half damage from everything else, and for reasons to do with programming, counterattacks just count as base physical even when you have equipped an elemental weapon. Counterattacks do not respect your weapon's element property.
I learned that today.
Get us out of here. Done with the whale. Okay, the fact that we made it through the whale and didn't miss Chop Chop much means we kind of mostly avoided the worst of that particular order. It's going to be a little bit annoying against the portal, where we would normally have Sten Chop Chopping for some extra damage, but I think we can just pick up the different attacks from Cat.
I cannot believe I have never seen this toasted thing before.
You're still on the toasty.
I'm still hung up on the toasted thing. I had no idea. I've been playing this game since I was 5, and I did not know that was a thing. Anyways, we beat up a ghost and we woke up the whale. Now we can go places.
Fast travel.
Faster travel.
Yep. Fast travel with no risk of bonks. Funland for the warp point. Circus.
Still got a few hours.
Now we have to hope really hard that we do not get ganked outside of...
Didn't you know? Bleu has gone out.
To hometown to take off Cat's clothes.
So we're just not doing phrasing anymore, huh?
There's another thing that's easy to miss if you don't have the walkthrough. Secret character!
To be fair, she's the secret character. She's supposed to be hard to find.
Sure. And now we are bound for the...
This is a fun kind of little sort of choose your own adventure solution to a plot problem of
How to rescue the Lorax?
Yeah, the circus leader was like, I will trade you this literal sentient being I have in my zoo in exchange for a different sentient being to put in my zoo. Or you can give me a whole bunch of money. And I think even if you have infinite money, you can't do the money thing because it's too much money. Am I remembering the amount of money correctly?
Nope. It's 900,000, and if you have $900,000, you literally can give it to him. That's what the
Okay,
80%
so you
route
can't,
is.
you can't just
He
give
will
him the money.
still fight you anyways.
We'll
He'll still fight you. Yes. So yes, he either wants a whole bunch of money, and if you have, say, the infinite money glitch from any percent, then you can just pay him the money. Or you come to this cave. Again, they don't tell you where the cave is. You have to find it. You go through the cave and you meet some guys, and they tell you that you can lure out an Oopa-Roopa by using a special owl fruit. And one of the guys will give you an owl fruit, but it's a bit of a trick of like you have to put down the fruit and then back up, and then the Oopa-Roopa will come out of the cave and eat it. But if you don't catch him quickly enough, you lose your fruit. And there's actually an optional boss you can fight elsewhere in the world to get more owl fruits. But unfortunately, we don't see that boss in any category because you either just pay the guy instead of going and capturing the Oopa-Roopa, or you just first try catch the Oopa-Roopa. But then what's cool is that once you've caught it, you can choose to let it go and tell the circus guy to get bent and fight him. And even if you bring him the Oopa-Roopa, he'll fight you anyways. So you can just be a good person and release the Oopa-Roopa, and then it'll give you treasure. So there's a number of different ways you can solve the problem, and I like that. It's a little bit more choose your own adventure than these older games tend to be.
Oopa.
Also,
This is a
the
neat
Oopa Roopas
boss
are really
fight.
cute. They look like funny little catfish.
Hey, gold split. How
Nice.
the heck?
How far behind are we?
Only 24 minutes now.
Wait, we lost a minute somewhere? We were 23 behind before.
Oh, yeah, we lost time in the whale because we had to do the instead help.
Right. So what's neat here is the Oopa Roopa, if you let him go, he leaves a chest, which has some stuff in it, which you can take. If you take it and then you leave the room and you come back in, there's new stuff in the treasure chest. So you can get a second piece of cool treasure.
Does the Oopa Roopa sing about making candy? I would assume they do not.
That's
They do.
something else.
It would be cool if they did, though. Can you adopt the Oopa Roopa? I think you should be able to adopt the Oopa Roopa.
I have no.
Can you imagine how cool? Can you imagine how cool it would be to have an Oopa Roopa on the team? Can I please have my party of Ryu, Nimafu, Trubo, and an Oopa
And the
Roopa?
Oopa Roopa.
Quick, someone in the modding community, make me this ROM hack. I'll pay so much money for it.
Okay, Sten was dead for a couple of bosses, so he was behind experience. But fortunately, I think he is exactly not so far behind that he won't have flame for the boss fight. He should get flame fight, which is the spell he needs for MC Tusk, boss that we are about. I know the grammar in that entire sentence is kind of questionable.
That's okay, you're a mathematician.
There he goes. Then learned Flambe. Out of here with it. Oh,
You jinxed it.
The funny thing is, you can't say I'll give you nothing until you've gone and done the whole. Gonna get mad. That is gonna be hurtful. Oh, that sucks. Okay. This way. Him doing the rumble back to back on turns 1 and 2 is
Yeah, that's rough.
mostly it's just a time waster, but
I didn't really talk about it at the time that we did it, but we have acquired the secret character, and Bleu, or Deus, depending on the nature of the translation of the game, is a returning character from Breath of Fire 1, where she's supposed to be this ancient, powerful sorcerer, and she is just as ancient and just as powerful in this game, meaning she's 20 levels higher than our poor little speedrun boys, and has a lot of high-level magic and an ability that lets her just instantly heal herself. So she's pretty good for the speedrun. And unlocking her is super easy because it just requires knowing where to go and who to talk to. There aren't any like secret fights or anything required. So she's going to carry us through a good chunk of the remainder of the game. And this is Spar. She's really cool in casual playthroughs and does not appear much in the speedrun, because she is really underleveled when you get her.
also Spar is in the unfortunate position of filling the same role that Blue fills, but
Yeah, it's like
is 20
a
levels
buff
higher.
engine. Yeah. Because, yeah, Spar throws out a lot of the same, like, cool support magic and buff spells and stuff, but Bleu does that too, and is level 35. The only reason we're going to use Spar is for a required Spar segment, and occasionally walking through some trees.
Does
I was
walk
going
through
to say,
trees
at
real
least
good.
Spark and Unite. Spark and Unite when Blue can't.
Yeah, Spar has more shaman transformations, which we haven't really had an opportunity to show off yet.
Later.
Most of the characters have alternate forms, that you can access by fusing them with shamans that you can encounter throughout the game. A couple of them are plot required, most of them are missable and optional. But Spar has the most shaman transformations out of any character, which is pretty cool. But Blah is still just really powerful and has really good stats. We're fishing!
Well, first we have to find a fishing spot. And we are fishing. First try?
First
Show
try.
me the fish!
When it would ever not be first try. It's time. Try. This is one of the really annoyingly easy ways to lose time when you're actually trying to world record. It just takes an arbitrary number of attempts to produce this fishing spot.
Yeah, fishing spots have basically a random chance to show up after a random battle. The fishing spots are all static, so if you know where they are, you just kind of go to where you know it's going to pop up, and then you take random battles until it appears. But it's random, so sometimes it can happen really quickly, and other times it can take forever.
Fortunately, all the enemies here are weak to lightning and die to a single sonic boom. So at least the fights are quick. But, yeah, if it takes 4+ fights to get a magic spot, you're still losing time. Seriously? We're at 6 fights now? Okay, this is
brutal.
This is improbable. Not usually this bad. There we go. We're hunting shopkeeps. That's not a joke, by the way. That's actually one. Fishing up this shopkeep guy, right? Oh, we have to sell a lot. Or that. Or that, or that. 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 Or that. Fast shoe. Holy scarf. Fantastic. Or township. Rand, don't betray me now. Son of a... That was mine.
Bonk.
Not punished. Bonk counter 1.
should have donated $5 for every bonk.
You'd be out $5 right now.
Oh, shoot. Got those things missed fire despite the fact that they... Now have the warp point for High Court.
This is one of the points in the game where it's not so descriptive as to where you're supposed to go to advance it.
Yeah, Act 2 is the side quest act of the game. There was our large overarching goal of figure out what happened to that forest. And to do so, we have to do all kinds of completely unrelated nonsense. Because let's just take stock of where we are right now. So, in order to find out what's happening to the forest, we have to ask... We had to go and find the Grassman, who can speak to trees. So we went to get the Grassman, and in order to get the Grassman, we had to go find an Oopa-Roopa to not give to the man in the circus, so that we could kill the man in the circus, rescue the Grassman. And then the Grassman was like, I don't know what's wrong with the forest. We should go ask the old wise tree. So we walked through the forest to go ask the old wise tree. But he said, I can't remember. My memory's really bad. You should bring a therapy pillow to help me remember. So we're like, okay, there's a therapy pillow in Tunland. So we'll go to Tunland. Unfortunately, we go to Tunland, and we can't speak with anyone in Tunland because they communicate through music. And obviously, our only recourse is to go acquire a super special magical flute that can only be found in the kingdom of High Fort, which is where we now find ourselves.
And it's not done yet.
Oh, we're just getting started. Because we get to High Fort and go, hey, we need a flute. But it turns out that there's political upheaval in High Fort. So we're about to get embroiled in the internal politics of yet another kingdom. And apparently they're at war with someone, but I don't know who that is.
Maybe this will be the one place in the game we don't destroy, right?
That's funny.
Maybe this will be the one point in the run where I don't lose time somehow.
That's even funnier. Not losing time in this economy?
It's time of day? Localized entirely within your kitchen?
Can I see it?
I wonder what the switch
Oh.
on the wall was for.
You would think it operates the trapdoor.
No, the
Open
trapdoor
through other means,
operated
though.
purely on thought. Oh, also rare rare character development lore. It turns out that Sten is some kind of war hero. He's like a war vet. And it turns out that he didn't want to return home because he ran away from battle because of like PTSD.
You want me, bro?
Yes, and now we meet a far superior monkey character. This is Trubo, and he
Demonstrates his
absolute
superiority
legend.
by kicking my ass.
Yeah.
You can put Trubo in my party instead of the Oopa Roopa.
I've got Trubo and the Oopa Roopa in my party.
I got Nimu party. Guys' priorities are out of whack.
No, Nimafu is also in my party. I have all three. That is the dream team. It's Ryu, Nimafu, Trubo, and the Oopa Roopa.
Gar.
Hey, Pax.
Nope, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Did you know? Gar is Arctic.
Yes, I know. You jerk.
Right? Maybe this one will go better. This is normally where I'm supposed to have Chop Chop, so I'm just gonna hope that Flame does enough damage.
So, continuing on with this game, doing some surprisingly fun things with its boss fight, this fight lasts 3 turns. You have 3 turns to win. Otherwise, you lose. He's challenged you to a gentlemanly duel while the bridge is falling, and if you haven't beaten him to a pulp by the time you both go careening into the ground, I guess you lose.
Okay, so in total, the fishing cost 2.5 minutes. That's fun.
Ouch.
We are now at plus 29,
Ouch.
which means
That's
I
rough,
have
man.
almost used up my entire buffer. I think the world record is 7:23, and I gave an estimate of 8 hours. I think. Does it
It's
say
fine.
8-hour
It's fine.
estimate
It's fine.
on the
It's fine.
stream?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I had 37 minutes of buffer, and I've used 29 of them. I've only got 8 more minutes of disaster left.
Uh-oh.
Of course, nothing else bad is going to happen.
Surely. When has anything bad ever happened in Fire 2?
I'm sure it'll be okay.
I mean, I promised Zella Trainwreck, and we are delivering.
Oh, big time.
So... because I'm stuck in magic for... So that Truba fight was a little spooky looking. You may have noticed that I dodged a slam at the end there that looked like it would have killed me. That's because normally in the Glitchless route, Sten is level 16 for this fight, but because Sten has been dead so much, he's only... At 16, I can outspeed Trubo, and it's a non-issue. At 15, you just have to get lucky. This thing I can kill. One pollen is a problem. Oh, it's even off. Perfect. Get mute. Okay, we are slowly approaching the point of actually being not punished for totally ditching Chop Chop. I'm kind of surprised that it's not going a lot worse than it is.
Never punished.
I mean, functionally, our Sten just doesn't have a regular attack option at the moment. Has to burn mana to do the thing, because his actual attack is so weak. Alright, we have rejoined the party, and while we were doing that, a hot cup of coffee just mysteriously walked its way up in.
Nice.
Okay, so shield socket on. Snack girl is getting the shoes. Not thinking too hard about options.
Does she wear the shoes on her hands?
I'm reminded of a piece of League of Legends artwork where Cassiopeia buys boots from the shop and then wears it on her head. For context, if you're not in the know, Cassiopeia is a snack girl.
I'm
Do
gonna be back in a
note
minute.
that for the casual player, this is not an easy dungeon to navigate.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Go to the next place.
Right, right.
Entire party is moving. That's not spooky at all. So the rotting status, if you end the following turn with combat still going, then any rotting character turns into a zombie. Which means not only are they dead, but they also start beating. Just super cool. Nice lead on. Yeah, I think most people who ever play Breath of Fire 2 casually remember High Fort as their least favorite segment. Because it is a very painful Sten solo section, followed immediately by this maze.
Labyrinth.
And then by the portal fight. Portal's kind of a jerk.
Oh, don't you miss fire rocks right now?
Oh, I know. This is one of the places where any percent really saves a huge amount of time over Glitchless because they can breeze through all the fights.
For anyone not in the know, in the any percent route, we acquire a lot of money, and at one point we fish up the shopkeep and buy 41 fire rocks, which pretty much gets us through the rest of the game pretty quickly.
Fire Rock is not just an item cast of one of the best spells in the game. Not only is it automatically a critical hit of one of the best spells in the game, but also, just for fun, it also bypasses spell immunity because it's an item and not magic. Yet another example of actually items are just better than magic in Breath of the Wild 2. Aw, they... How much of a problem is another dead one? I do not. Hey, the monkey is gonna stay dead then. Surely I will. I mean, I guess without Chop Chop, he wasn't going to be that useful. He can only use his magic, which does nothing to the portal and is unnecessary against Shuke, so it's fine. Just be a dead monkey.
Alright, I'm back.
Hello, Sten died again.
Oh, what a silly monkey.
Okay, we are at Das Portal.
Made it to Prattle. More likely to target you. We did not die during the solo section,
turbo at all.
but we did just have Sten die in the ranks, which is cool. Oh wait. Do I need any extra damage against the portal? Well, I have the attack up now anyway, so I guess it doesn't have to fight.
So yes, for those of you wondering what's going on, we are fighting a door. It's exactly what it looks like.
To be fair, it's a very angry. Didn't know its password. Okay, that was a little spooky. It should kill it. Once again, not punished for Sten's humors.
Easy peasy, right?
It's time. Yeah, Sten being dead means that fight took one more round than usual. Normally you can have Sten and Nina W fruit and blue heal and then bring it back in, so you never have to take a turn off. Sten dead, I had to turn off. But it's fine. I'm doing so okay. Killed my bird. Degree to which this run is going off the rails, though. Oh, I don't believe I have any antidotes left. I might have some antidotes. Actually, not sure.
I think it's delightful how much the run is going off the rails.
We love the content.
It's always a delight when Breath of Fire 2 becomes a train wreck.
Oop. Alright. On the poison noises train again.
Ba 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 ba.
It's gonna have to periodically heal. Okay, didn't actually get any more random encounters. That's I did a full AP. No, I didn't. Okay, not a big problem. Slower. Go like this. Fortunately, Shuke never really does anything. She can
I was
do
gonna say, I'm like,
she can
it's a
do
shorter fight,
exactly
like-
one thing that matters, but she's just not gonna do it to me, and then it'll be fine.
it's a slightly shorter fight, but it's Shupke, so like, does it matter? I don't think it matters.
Not the thing that matters. That means I'm safe. HP. The one thing that's kind of spooky is if she's under half health on even turns, she can cast death. But it's pretty rare.
That's so specific. Why?
31 plus 31. A totally normal, non-threatening amount of time.
Doing fine.
Yeah, the AI for Shuke is surprisingly intricate, given that she is a complete. Okay, we have to make it through one more mini dungeon with our garbage monkey, and then we're. And it's like we had Chop Chop though.
Oh, they did end up destroying the place after all.
Yeah, that was a load-bearing boss. Our bad. By the way, one of you remind us to about 5.
Will do.
Sure. Why?
I have to do a thing. Isn't that delightful?
Inquiring minds want to know.
Inquiring minds want to know.
A timed thing on the silly mobile play. I'm just going to open my phone with my other hand. Put myself back in the thing.
Can't even devote your full attention to the speedrun.
I know.
Unbelievable.
So, as much as it is a ridiculous mobile gacha pay-to-win game, it is also shockingly fun beating whales as a free-to-play player in such a game.
Interesting.
It's very satisfying.
Just been playing lots of Slay the Spire.
I keep forgetting that game exists.
I've actually made it to the true final boss a couple of times.
Alright, we made it out of Monkeyland.
Yay! Okay, so now we have acquired the famous flute, so we can talk to the people of Tunland. So obviously now we'll just immediately be able to get the therapy pillow and go on with our lives, right? Right? There couldn't possibly be some other asinine
Even
side
more
quest
side
for
quests.
do. Oh no, we have to find some kind of doctor to save the queen.
Somehow doubt that guy has a medical license.
Yeah.
That's annoying. Oh. Always solve annoying problems by thunder. Hey, I got a free. Pretty good.
Dinker.
Is correct, Cerberus. R&D.
South Bronx Parasite, baby.
Back to Tunla. Another part of the game just for the back and forth.
Yeah, we have to go to Tunlin. Oh no, we can't get the therapy pillow. Go find a doctor. Go talk to the doctor. Go back to Tunlin. Go back to the doctor. Go get this. Go get that. It's a mess. This is the I'd say the one big downside to this game is that the Act 2 is just all side quests, and it really takes the steam out of the kind of the rising action coming off of Act 1.
Act 3 is so good, though. It makes up for it.
Act 3 rocks.
So stay tuned, viewers.
It will get better, I promise.
The interim, do not take any of what follows it.
No, don't do that. It also doesn't help that like a bunch of the boss fights are real wet noodles.
Yeah,
Like, come on.
actually, probably the hardest bosses in the mid-game are the dungeon lanes.
Yeah.
The High Fort
'Cause,
Maze and the Queen.
Like, we had Portal was okay. MC Tusk is okay, and then you get Shupke.
Ironically,
Aruhamel.
the hardest one is the optional Algernon.
Yeah, like if we actually had to fight Algernon, that would be interesting. But we don't. He's optional.
When's the last time you fought Algernon, Charles?
Oh, at least a decade ago.
You don't have to do it in 100%.
You do, but I haven't played 100%. I've only
He
outed
actually
it.
he hasn't 100% yet.
And
I just
I
thought
mean,
you'd
I
been
do have a
practicing.
file that I am using to route it, but that file has not gotten to that point yet because you do not have to do Algernon that when you normally would. In the 100% route, you just have to beat Algernon, but Algernon remains available even after doing the side quest.
It does?
Yeah.
I thought it became
Just go
unavailable at some point.
G-Dragon it or something.
Yep, exactly. You go and G-Dragon it.
I genuinely thought that Algernon
Man,
became
Pax, have you
unavailable.
even played this game before? Do you know anything?
Yes, I do.
Sorry.
Don't come at me with that.
Alright, let's find some drugs. Definitely not kid friendly.
We're climbing up a mountain to find shrooms. Yes,
The real
not.
mushroom all along was Spar's waifu form.
Do not consume strange mushrooms you find on mountaintops.
That leadoff actually was probably not necessary. Those big stone faces are one of a handful of enemies that have exactly one agility, which is slow enough that you can actually run away from them reasonably reliably. Doing another screen transition in set trick. We really need to come up with a snappier name for that.
Yeah, like a... Yeah, I don't know.
This is... Oh. Aw, son of a bitch. Okay, so even with this fight being annoying, saved over 2 minute split. What on earth happened in my PB for that to be a 2-minute time save? The duality of speedrunning. Yay, a time save! Wait, why was that a time save? Back to Tunlin again. But this time we actually get to stick around and do something. And, oh yeah, I almost forgot I need to take off Sten's clothes. Still not doing phrasing. this car. Oh, right. Okay, so we are done with the monkey. Or actually, ever.
Goodbye, monkey.
You will use him one more time after Berry.
Yep.
Or like, what? Do you keep him for the Death Heaven battle, or do you swap him back out?
No, we keep him because that person is just supposed to die anyway. We're actually just gonna
Yeah.
3-man Death Heaven. Okay, now this time, I am not gonna miss a room. That's what I'm gonna do. I definitely missed a room in the previous.
Yeah, the last time
Yeah,
you had to
remember.
backtrack.
I sure did that. That was a thing I did. Okay. 1. So the deal with this place, there are a finite number of random encounters, and you just have to beat all of them. Which makes this the one and only one place in the entire game where we want random encounters, and it has the lowest random encounter rate in the game.
Brutal.
Just to rub it in.
Because the game designers are a bunch of freaks.
A miso soup.
Delightful.
Should probably heal.
Yeah,
The whole
I'll
point of
probably
bringing
do that.
Rand here is so that he gains some experience. It's very, very section. She can shot just about it.
It seems so far, right? Like, this dungeon's pretty easy. These enemies aren't that bad. But then you will get to the fatties.
Okay, this is the room that I definitely forgot a fight. This time. Fortunately, Peption are weak to triangles.
It's a weird thing to say.
Left of this room. This section has gone very well. We prefer seeing fights without sight in them because the re-sights are faster than blue, so they'll take extra actions. Slow thing. Right, that is half done. Now we are on the blue side. Got one. Zero. I don't know. Hey, Salty. Yeah, we're an institution, aren't we?
Yeah. We're just here, we're having a good time. We're 30
Killing
minutes
fatties.
behind.
Ultimately, the only thing that's really important is getting level 20. Get 20 on it's fine. If we don't get a ton of fat.
Very convenient that we can use this segment where we kind of have to do random battles anyways and just use it to grind out experience that we need.
There's honestly a lot of
Why
stuff in
not?
the glitchless route that is very as in, if it weren't exactly the way it is, we'd have to stop and grind.
It's almost like this was well routed or something.
Almost. Yeah, 36 on. Oh. Almost done. There's 4 fights left. Here to the next round. That definitely would be an experience we need to end.
Calculated.
It's 20. Nailed it. Just for good measure, 2 more fatties. Why not? Okay, we lost a minute and a half. I actually do not know where we lost a minute and a half. I thought that was pretty good.
Your PB is just too good.
Must be that.
Must be that and...
Oh, I guess I did hesitate a little bit doing the swaps coming in. So it's probably not actually that lost time, it was the stuff in the 2 splits.
So now that we've rescued the grass man, obtained the famous flute,
And we
and are
can
about to
finally
get
do the thing we
therapy
started
pillow.
doing 2.5 hours ago.
can finally
Yay.
get back to the main story.
Which was get a pillow.
In case anybody was placing bets on whether I would remember to pick up the therapy pillow, correct answer is yes, today I remember.
Just today, though.
I think every Breath of Fire 2 runner has forgotten this at least once.
Absolutely.
Well, because it's the kind of thing that you would expect them to just
give you. Yeah. Why do I actually have to go and pick it up myself? What kind of service is this? I demand to speak to a manager. Okay. Spar.
Actually using xujhan in the party for his keen ability to hop up ledges.
I always thought the asparagus pun was funny.
I agree. That is peak comedy.
Well, it's just really funny that, like, a bunch of characters have much longer names than the usual character limit on names in-game allow. And you only see it very rarely. So a big one is, yeah, the fact that Spar's name is actually Aspara. But that's too long for the character limit, so you only see it in the end credits. And Baba's name is apparently actually Babaderu, which you only see in text bosses during the cat fight. And it's just funny and a little weird that they left those in where they did.
The kind of kitschiness we love about this game, though.
Yeah. Speaking about things we love about this game, a really unique dungeon design here.
I
Because we're in-
unironically love this thing.
Yeah, because we're in the mind of an old man. We're farsighted and can't see anything close to us. So we've got like a zone of
Every
can't see
RPG
almost.
under the sun has a nearsighted dungeon, because you're in a dark cave or something like that. But Breath of Fire 2 is the only one I have ever seen with a far-sighted dungeon.
Yeah, and it's really clever. And they purposefully put lots of like tight corners and tight hallways and stuff so that you actually have to kind of really work at it to try and find your way around.
So there's a cute little trick there where you access those two chests by asking take you to exit. It's either wrong. It's each of the chests.
Because he's an old man.
It's just funny.
Why did you bring me here?
Antagonist. One. Two. Wow, that was high roll. So conveniently, most things in here die to a fireball. The Jackie, the squeaks are immune to magic, so you have to either dragon them or just burst them to death. And the flies don't die to a single fireball, but they do die if the fireball crits. Otherwise, they need extra damage. Foxes and the slugs die to one fireball. And also, it speeds them, so it makes the fights go by real quick. One of the places where Glitchless actually can keep up. Too many things. Oh my goodness. Last room. And I make it to the door. Point yes for a change. So okay, Fireball, Thunder Dragon, 2W fruits. Sauce.
Here's
Also-
a good time for a reminder that it is now 5:50.
Oh, thank you very much. Totally lost
You
track.
got it.
I Yeah, I forgot that you asked.
That's okay. The reason I said it out loud is that way there would be 3 of us. Hopefully. Oh, the one thing he can do that sucks. Okay, at least Ryu stayed away. Sign in. If anybody else plays Mythic Heroes, feel free to ask me for my screen. Get your magic. Grab hands. I love grab hands. I just love that we're fighting a bush.
Right? He's just a funny little flower.
Before you may continue your quest, you must defeat a shrubbery.
Shrubbery!
I know that's not quite how that bit goes, but you know, adaptation will free.
That's how it goes right now.
So we got 512 times 3 is 1536. We need 64 damage. We're gonna poke him to death with cold from Spar and sword. Normally we just do that damage with Bleu, but Bleu is taking a nap on the job. Okay, that was... You know, 3 HP is 2 more HP than you need. Hey, we held pace. We're still plus 30.
Nice. Alright guys, I'm going to take a little dinner break. I'll probably
Sure.
be back a little later.
See you. Get
Sounds
back.
good.
Alrighty guys, good luck.
I definitely ended up because I've been aggressively using them. I still have quite a few.
They were for safety.
Yep. The emotional support herbs. I suppose emotional support herb means something else to most people. Now we have a lot of stuff to sell. Let's go. Oh, I still need. Hey Matthew, welcome back. We have not won yet, but we are in the process of winning. Spar. Aw, always sucks when I'm fighting. Always sucks when we get specifically this fight in here. Get me away. These ogres are scary. I do not want it to be ogre time.
Joe, for those bogers.
Do not want it. least I didn't get a fight on the way. The funny thing is it is actually conceivable to not get a single random encounter in this split. All the walks are just short enough, and the encounter rate is just modest enough that you could conceivably actually just get none. It's pretty unlikely. Like, each individual screen, your odds of not getting a random encounter are okay, but it is a whole bunch of screens in a row. Statistically speaking, you'll probably get one somewhere. But it is one of the few places in the game where the random encounters actually feel rather than just over. Partly because there's a whole bunch of screen transitions. Every time. I think this is the room that's most likely to be quite low. But the encounter rate in here is also quite low. So sometimes you... Not today.
Bit of a story update, since a big, very important plot thing just happened. We, went through the entirety of Act 2 to, gain the wisdom of the Great Wise Tree. We got the famous flute so that we could go to Tunland and speak to them, so that we could get their therapy pillow, and we, cured what ailed the queen, got the therapy pillow, took it to the old Wise Tree, went into his memories, defeated the demon that was making him forget everything, so that now he could finally tell us his great wisdom and tell us what's wrong and what we have to do next. And we walked away because speaking to him is not required to advance the plot triggers. So now that's sort of the end of Act 2. This is sort of a loose, weird, funky dungeon in between Act 2 and 3. I consider this the beginning of Act 3. I think you've said more than once, so you sort of think of the beginning of Act 3 as like getting to Farm Town.
So
this is sort of like a...
I think of Sky Tower and Trout as intermissions.
I think Trout kind of narratively works as the end of Act 1 because it kind of brings it all full circle, and it's like a boss fight.
He does, but is he really a boss fight? Like, really?
I mean, no, but half the bosses in this game aren't real boss fights. But in terms of like narratively, like meaningful boss fights, both Trout and Aruhamel kind of are. So they kind of they work as the kind of Act 1 and Act 2 bosses. And the fact that Sky Tower doesn't have a boss fight at the end of it makes me really not want to call it the end of Act 2.
Well, so I think of Kuadora and Aruhamel as the Act 1 and Act 2 ends. And then Trout is an intermission and Sky Tower is an intermission, and Act 2 begins once you leave town, and Act 2 to get to Farm Town. Intermissions can be... That's allowed.
Yeah. Regardless, we're at approximately the beginning of Act 3. And now this is where things pick up. And it's actually kind of unfortunate that this is arguably the shortest part of the game.
It's about a third. If only because Infinity takes so long.
Yeah, I just wish, like, Act 2's screwing around didn't take as long as it takes. Because, like, there's so much good, juicy stuff in Act 3.
So here's a funny story. I think
really good boss fights.
We fought 3 random encounters in between Aruhamel and finishing Sky Tower, and those 3 random encounters mean we lost 2 minutes on that split. That's how good the PB is. I think the PB had 0 fights, or maybe like 1 fight that was a lead-off. I love that Cyclops sprite. I'm a little sad we didn't actually get to fight him.
Yeah.
He's just a jolly guy.
He's such a funny, jolly green guy.
So, have to take... Alright, time for Farmtown. Or Farmville, whichever you
Yeah. Can I get the game category changed to Farmville, please?
Funny every time.
Anyways, this is Rand's mom. This is the village of Rand and his people. And this is his mom. And his mom immediately asks us to do housework.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Yard work, technically.
Yes. We have
To
do
be
the yard work.
precise. Okie doke. And of course,
And I think
Ryu,
it's
like a good buddy, is just going to volunteer to actually do the work.
yeah. And I think what's delightful is that the yard work entails literally random battles against grass and tree stumps and stuff. Like,
Whoever had this idea on the dev team, I want to give them a high five.
yeah, like it's not just like a interact with this thing and it goes away. It's like, no, you actually have to like do a fight against it.
Nice crits. He just does not stop. Okay, that was all very efficient. Now, deface.
A big ol' stone face, my least favorite thing to find in my garden. And you're just trying to plant the azaleas or whatever it is that people plant, and you've got a big old stone face. Wait, is it Thursday today?
It is Thursday today.
I'll be back in a second.
All odds. Significant day. Hey, look at me saving time. That's 30 whole seconds. I mean, we're still 32 minutes behind, but that's okay. And imagine how much better my mental health would be if I just didn't have my splits running this run. Didn't constantly have that red 30 staring at me. Alright, and now hop.
Okay, I'm back. The significance of Thursdays is that I have an orchid that I need to water once a week, and I've been watering it on Thursdays, and I'm like, if I don't do it right now, I'm gonna forget to do it.
That's fair.
Oh man, time for us to get Boombada, right?
About that. Man, that minigame sucks.
I cannot wait to see you do Boombada.
On second thoughts, let us not get. It is a silly spell.
So this little like shrine cave thing is the site of a couple of neat little things. There's an optional spell that you can get by doing a truly horrendous rhythm game. It's the Thing of Nightmares, and fortunately, we don't have to do it in any category except 100%. The other neat thing is this is where you can access one of the optional shamans that you can use to empower your party members. We have to, for this plot bit, we have to go and like make an offering at the shrine, which is like pay a bit of money. But it lets you do it repeatedly, and if you make an offering at the shrine 21 times? 20 times. Then it won't say that anything's happened, but later, after some more plot stuff, the Earth Shaman will appear in the backyard of Rand's mom's house, and then you can get the Earth Shaman and use it to do some like cool transformations and stuff. And it's just one of those things, it's just super hidden. You'd have no way to know that. They really bury the lead on so much stuff in this game. It's a miracle that anyone found any of it ever.
I mean, there is a reason that there was a secret that was only discovered a few years ago.
Yeah, that one's crazy to me. I love that one. I love it. Like, an entire, like, significant secret was discovered a few years ago.
I mostly love that it gives me a 3-minute input break in Hundo. I can actually get up.
Yeah. A 3-minute break at an actual reasonable point in the run that's not, right at the start.
Well, the funny thing about Hundo is I'm pretty sure more than half of the runtime of the category is after you leave church.
Wait, really? That much?
You have to farm a dozen 1 in 256 rare drops, buddy. Like, I'm budgeting many hours for that.
Yeah, no, I just didn't realize A, how many of them there were, and B, that they were all after the Grand Church.
Well, it's not that they're all necessarily after the Grand Church, but it's when it's the most reasonable time to go and farm. Because, like, you are at your strongest, you can pass through the battles the fastest, you have access to the bird.
True. Yeah. Makes sense.
You also want to do them all in one go, because some things that you need can be dropped by more than one thing. So, like, if you're farming Night Riders or something for something the Night Riders drop, then in the process of doing that, they might also drop another thing that is a more common drop from a different enemy. But if you get it from the Night Riders, then you don't have to go in.
Gotcha. The secret is a little bit later. We will go to
Bando.
the Bando. Thank you. The little church at Bando, It's where we fight the Necroman and stuff like that. And in the basement of Bando, there's a corridor with a bunch of doors in it, and there's like different people in the doors. And if you go back to Bando after doing all of the stuff at the Grand Church, you find the Holy Shaman down there. And there's a couple of buttons on the floor that move the door to the different rooms in that corridor. Someone very accidentally discovered that the first time you go down there, if you stand on the button that moves the door when it's already at its like last position, if you stand on the button for multiple minutes, the door then moves again, and you can access a few more rooms, one of which contains an optional mini-boss, and another one contains the Holy Shaman earlier than you would normally be able to get it.
Also a treasure chest or two.
Right, and there's some treasure chests. And someone just accidentally discovered this by AFKing on the button. They just stood on the button and then walked, and then like AFK'd, and then came back and the door had moved again. And it's just a super secret thing, and no one knew about it until a handful of years ago, in a game that's 30 years old. So you can actually, and it's not particularly useful in the speed run, unless you're doing an unhinged 100% category. But casually, that's awesome, because it means that you can do Holy Shaman transformations before the big Grand Church segment and stuff like that, or before the Necroman fight. Theoretically, you can get the Holy Shaman, leave, do some transformations, come back in and fight the Necroman with Angel Nina and stuff like that. So it's really cool.
I like to imagine that there's just one dev who is responsible for that, and once a year he would do a Google search for Breath of Fire 2 Bando secret to see if anybody had found it, and when another year went by and nobody had found it, he'd just cackle to himself and rub his hands and go on with his life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what you're doing right now is pretty niche in terms of stuff. So going behind that bookcase into that little room and talking to someone out of camera frame is part of what we need to do to unlock the good ending. If we do not speak to that person, we cannot get the good ending. It's a silly thing. This game buries the lead on a lot of stuff.
Alright, now we get to punch a paladin. Second final.
Sten's solo section was a grueling series of battles through a maze and enemies that could just basically one-shot him, and Rand's solo section is a single boss fight against this paladin.
Also, this guy is unexpectedly a total roadblock in the Breath of Fire 2
random. Yeah.
Because he can just random stats that just has no hope of beating. Or rather, both Rand stats and this guy's stats are randomized, so if your Rand just rolls low HP, low defense, and this guy rolls high attack, there's just nothing about it.
You're just hosed. I will admit that was very funny to watch.
I am glad I could provide some input. 2 shape ices. Oh, that was a high roll. Do not do that much damage to me. This might be the rare paladin one.
Oh no.
6 HP. Easy.
Easy money.
Shave yeah, whatever that was. 6, I think that is his max. This fight is definitely a little stressful at level 15. Then even 2 high rolls doesn't kill. Alright, and that is the paladin. And we only lost another minute. Where the heck does all my time keep going?
Where do all these minutes
Well,
keep
that was just from
going?
having to do 2 fights in Amanda. Pretty sure in the P.
Ah. I mean, there's a reason it's the PB.
Although I'm pretty sure the PB is also literally the very first glitchless run I did with cat strats. I think we just nailed it on the first try.
That's really funny.
Alright, to Windia! Now it's Nina's moment to shine. And by shine, I mean have the stuffing beat out of her. Yeah, of all characters in this game who are not equipped for a solo section, definitely top of the list.
I mean, it could be worse. There could be a Jean solo section.
There could be a boat solo. I guess there is a boat solo section.
There is technically a Bo solo section.
Yeah.
It's optional, but it exists.
It does exist. Bad time. Yes.
So brief lore update. We went to the shrine to pray for a good harvest, and when we came back, Rand's mom was gone, and this person from the church that we've very loosely been interacting with the whole game, like the church, not the person. This person from the church was like, "Oh, Daisy's gone off to join the convocation and has gifted this land to the church," and we're like, "That sounds."
My knowledge of history indicates that people
Yeah.
donating land to the church is usually a red flag.
That sounds like a bit of a lie, and they took great offense to that and tried to kill us. And so now we're like, well, we better go investigate this church. Unfortunately, the Grand Church is on an island that cannot be reached by ships or whales. I don't know how everyone else gets there. We're going to get there via a bird.
Once again, huge shout-outs to the team that successfully published a game in the US in the 90s where the villain was organized religion.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that the only reason there wasn't an uproar is that nobody who would have cared was able to get that far in the game. They're all still stuck trying to figure out where you're supposed to go after beating the terror.
Yeah.
Mike, when I read that out of the corner of my eye, I first read it not as zip lines, but as zeppelins. And honestly, like, either one is fantastic. Every setting is improved with the addition of zeppelin.
Everything's perfectly normal, exactly the way you left it. Okay, including the Zeppelins?
That was a fantastic two-parter. This is a Doctor Who reference for anybody in the audience who's getting it. Good old Pete's World. Okay, I totally zoned out while the dialogue was happening. What am I doing?
Yeah. So things are really starting to heat up plot-wise because we've gotten to Windia, and it turns out that Nina's father, the king, is sick. And there's a guy from the church here who's trying to be like, oh, you know, if you convert, then you'll be made better, and the king isn't having any of it.
But he's very diplomatically not having any.
Yeah, he's very diplomatically not having any of it. And he tells Nina, or Nina knows about like a ritual that needs to be performed in order to become the great bird, and she's prepared to perform this ritual herself. And this is also a big cathartic moment for Nina because we kind of glossed over it earlier, but Nina was basically disowned by her family because her black wings are supposed to be an omen of bad fortune, so they sent her away from home and pretend not to know her and whatnot. So Nina coming home in a big way, trying to save the world, is kind of huge.
This part sucks. Excuse me while I die a lot.
Yeah, the Nina solo segment is rough.
The one saving grace is underrated. Oh, yeah, this happens a lot. There's one.
You just kind of have to beat your head against the wall until you get where you need to go.
Yeah, the only speedrun category that actually gets to do this the intended. At that point, you're something like level 22. Because Nina's been in your party the entire time, being discounted.
It's also really funny to me that the random battles here are far and away more threatening than the boss fight.
Yep, true.
And the boss fight's really cool. It's a really cool lore fight. Like, it's a throwback to Breath of Fire 1. It's got like sweet sprite work. Like, it's really cool, and then you just breeze through the boss fight because
they did
the
deliberately make the enemy here think that Nina can one-shot with the right elemental spell. I just don't have any of them.
You don't. Yeah, you don't have it yet.
Ed again.
That's rough,
That's
man.
3. I think 3 is how many deaths I had in the... Okay, good. That's half of my... Now I can die.
Ah, excellent. Now I can perish.
Oh, son of a... well, that was a misclick. I'm gonna get punished for it. Huh. Well.
Ruh-roh. That's really unfortunate. You were so close to that chest.
Unfortunately, both of these chests are very... Now I can perish again. I am alive. Okay, that was what, 5 deaths? It's actually not terrible.
Something like that.
I've seen worse. Any percent has an easier time here because they don't need treasure chests. They can just run straight for the ones. Get him with the shade bugs. And we're alive. Excellent. Alright, we're sitting at a very cool plus 35 minutes. Ay, ay, ay. What a day. 2 hours left.
Turns out that the boss fight was Nina from the first game all along. Which I think is really cool.
As in, this is my karmic punishment for running during daylight hours, Matthew? Is that what you mean? Because you could probably be... I would buy that.
That sounds like exactly the kind of thing that would happen to you.
We are done here. Get... for free. And now we get to Borb. I love Blizz's sleeping sprite. Just
One of those, they didn't have to do that, but they did that for us.
and we love them. It just occurred to me I'm not really taking advantage of my input break, but what? Stretch. Posture check. Stand up and stretch or something. Get some water. Be healthy.
Input breaks are for suckers.
Yep. Oh man, stretching feels. Orb! You have achieved.
Oh, yes, and Nina was fully prepared to become the great bird herself, but then she wouldn't be able to, like, help save the world other than being a bird. So her sister, who was the person, like, whose pig we rescued at the very start of the game and stuff like that, she became the great bird instead. It's very sad. Press F to cry.
Go to the bad place.
Oh, this is the bad place.
I am looking forward to watching the show.
Have you not watched that show?
I don't watch shows. It is on the list of things I am meaning to get to.
You really should, because it's great.
I'm aware that it's great. I've seen enough clips on YouTube to know I will.
I've watched through it like 4 times. That is not exaggeration.
Do not try the surprise flavor. It is white chocolate and it is nasty.
Immediately takes another bite.
Shout out to Toucan, who discovered that you can just walk to the edge of town without actually stepping outside and triggering the little cutscene, and it advances the plot trigger.
Hey!
Toucan has never in their life speedrun this game. They did one casual playthrough on stream and discovered that entirely by accident.
Yeah.
And
Discovered
now,
a piece of speedrun tech accidentally.
now for the rest of time, all of us save 2 seconds on our speedruns because of Toucan. First thing, go down the hole. And for those who are keeping track, yes, we are once again in a toilet.
Yeah, this is toilet number 2. Number 3 if you count the elevator.
Things are me. Or back now. Oh, that's a lot of damage. It's a good thing this is a very short dungeon, because the fights down here are very spooky.
They are vicious.
Hurtful. So you may have noticed that the exit spell was available in my spell list there. Unfortunately, when you cast it, it takes you to the beginning of the dungeon, not to the end of it.
They bamboozle you.
Yep. Okay, so having to fight 2 enemies down here is a time loss. Normally you get either 0 or 1. We are definitely going over estimate. It's okay. Somebody tap the sign. Alright. Out of the toilet.
Unusual things you wouldn't expect to hear from an RPG speedrun.
Okay. To Scotland. I think I remember the cue. It is that island. Oh, nailed it. Look at that. Perfect flying. I did not overshoot by a single tile.
First try.
Now we meet the real protagonist. It is Taiga.
Praise him. Praise useless. So I'm just gonna grab a bite to eat.
Now we get to go to my favorite dungeon in the game that's not even ironic. I genuinely love Thieves' Tomb. It's so cool. Standing ovation for Thieves' Tomb. Very kindly made an entire dungeon full of things that are weak to fire. There is genuinely actually no sarcasm in this voice. I actually do love doing this dungeon. It's just very satisfying. It's got a cool gimmick. It's got good loot. I just appreciate it. The fact that the name is funny, it's icing on the cake. Fight number 1. Verdict is no shortcut. Fight number 2. Verdict is no shortcut. Fight number 3. Verdict is no shortcut. To ice, and I do not have the hail spell yet. Not named after the Thief Party character for Breath. So the character from Breath of Fire 1 is Karn. This place is just called Thieves' Tomb, but with spelling. 4 fights.
Alright, back with the food. Ah, yes.
Thieves' Tomb.
Thieves' Tomb.
Actually,
have you explained what you're doing?
well, I am trying to find a shortcut. This is fight number 5. See if there's a shortcut. Also, Rip Cat.
So, all
Found
of
the
the
shortcut.
tiles,
That's
nice. All of the tiles in that room have funny little faces on them. When you finish a battle on one of the tiles, a thing can happen depending on the type of face it is. The one we wanted was the shortcut.
The shortcut is 3 in 16. So I think it's about on average 4 fights, but of course you could just be lucky.
Yeah, if it comes up quickly enough.
Everybody's
time save.
favorite kind of speedrun strat, just roll the dice until you get lucky. But each fight goes very quickly because almost everything dies to a single, except the Charlo. Okay, and we saved a little time.
Nice.
How we fish. Assuming light ever shows up. Fishing spot, please. Nope. This is one way to lose some more time. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Okay, this is our last chance to enjoy the fishing music. Empire Sword. Oh, son of a gun. I forgot a thing. I forgot a thing. Well, the cheeky time loss. Not worry about it. It is not a... I forgot something. I have not run Glitchless in quite a while.
What is there to miss in Thieves' Tomb?
Counter rate is too dang high. Now I know. Those two treasure chests, they are kind of important. Under gloves, sunrise. Just keep finding new ways to lose time? I think you mean I'm finding new ways to throw for content.
Ah, yes. And now Taiga does the absolutely unhinged thing of wanting to marry, like, the first person that he meets. And he is not taking no for an answer and being kind of weird about it.
Yeah, kind of weird about it is a good description.
I mean, he challenges you to a duel.
He only wins because he has hacks.
Yeah, Taiga literally rolls it. If you can take a solo fight against Taiga there, and you can't win. You cannot win the fight. He has infinite health.
On the other hand, Cat performs an introspection. That's character development. To be fair, if I looked like Taiga, I too would.
Yeah, I guess it's just a thing with cat people in this world, is that they don't see a need for pants.
It's for acceptable substitute.
I guess, and I mean they'd have to have rules to that effect, living in a world full of animal people. What is and is not socially acceptable for different animal people?
Mid boss.
Wait a minute. Is Breath of Fire a prequel to Zootopia?
That was out of left field. I approve.
That was also out of line.
This is a nice easy fight because he always uses Cure 2 on the second turn. Very good. Oh, whoops. Skipped a step. Them both going after kind of dick. I think 31 is still enough. Just in case. Oh, nope, she's fine. She's still fine. She's cool. 2 HP is plenty.
That's all you need.
Yep. That is in fact twice as much as you need. This is the room with the left-right tiles that we were discussing earlier. Stand on that right tile for about 3 minutes. The door keeps moving, and you can find cool stuff.
You can find some nifty little things.
Fortunately, Hush, which silences you, does not prevent you from being a dragon. Ugh. So close. Matthew has a good point. Silenced the silent protagonist. Hey, Nina learned Flame. That surely is going to help with her solo section. Alright. Let's fire a fight stuff. Thank you. Okay, let's see how much time we lose on this split. Okay. Now the Necroman.
You might even say this is the crypt of the Necroman.
You could say that. Ouch.
Also, shout out to the unbelievably cool boss design of the Necroman.
Agreed. This guy slaps so hard.
Like, in a game full of really cool boss design, this guy is really cool.
Oh, F Nina.
Whoop.
Half dead. You did not get zombified, which is good. Oh, that is concerning. Oh, thank goodness. Ooh, we should be safe. Let's turn to something.
Fine, everything's fine. Nothing bad is occurring.
Plus 37. Fantastic.
Woof.
That was actually a pretty good fight, but the random battles on the way here were atrocious. Okie doke. 2 dungeons left. We are almost there. Like an hour and a half to go. I can go on food. It'll be nice.
So now that we've had our fun little bando diversion, we can go
Back to the
infiltrate.
church.
Yeah, we can infiltrate the Grand Church and see what's really going on here.
Discard. Let's penetrate the Grand Church. That is line of
Have
dialogue.
to say it like that?
Yep.
I
Was
feel
required.
like you didn't have to say it like that.
Okay, time for plot. Bet I can't just leave Dippy Bird button and go get it.
So, you get asked a question there to enter the Grand Church. If you say it wrong, there's a boss fight.
Shogun
And
definitely died to the boss fight last time.
Yeah. No one's ever lost a run to that boss fight. It was a real learning experience for all of us.
Yeah, that boss has the attack up spell, which devastates you exactly as hard as you think.
Now we meet definitely not the Pope. Also, this is a real curveball here from Taiga, where he goes, "Actually, Kat, I can't marry you. I'm actually in love with this person that you've never seen me interact with at all whatsoever until this point."
I mean, at least you can assume they have a backstory together. They are running distance. Were. That's about to change. Oh no.
Yes, very terrible. Anyways. And yes, just a reminder that when we fought Taiga 1v1, he automatically wins the fight. It's the game tries to tell you quite clearly that, like, Taiga is way stronger than you. He is out of your league, and then this guy just wrecks him in one go.
You randomly.
Kind of funny though how, like, he absolutely wrecks Taiga on the floor of the church there, but then as soon as he sees you coming, he's like, "Oh,
Dips.
sermon over. I left the stove on. I'd better get out of here." And then it just leaves. Like, what are you running from, man?
Show me.
And then he makes us fight our good old pal Ray here, who, like, gave us spells earlier in the game. He was a good egg, and it turns out that he's been a dragon all along.
Cat survived today? She does! Good job, Cat. Saved me a whole life meal. Big strunk dragon. If you don't find the dragon spells behind the waterfall, this is the first dragon spell you get since the puppies all the way back in Capitan.
Which is funny. I've got to know if there's someone who's played through the whole game like that.
There must be. Like, surely.
And if that person is in chat right now, please speak up. I promise you won't be judged. I have to know. What was it like? What are your horror stories? What have you seen?
Okay, so... Scarf goes... Sock. Should... Scarf. We are good, we're ready. Dungeon time. That was a lot of plot.
I mean, that's why I'm here.
I get to play the video game. Should also take note of the fact that Bleu is very close to Outerman. just build this church with collapsing? That's weird.
I mean, clearly this guy's a freak, so he does weird stuff.
Okay, look who's a dummy and forgot to split last time. Yeah.
Whoop.
Ow. Well. Oh, he's okay. He actually is okay. That is very fun.
He's fine, everything's fine.
Okay, lead off. I remember what. And time for sad cuts.
Yeah. Oh no, Rand.
Breath of Fire 2 once again pulls no punches.
F's in chat.
after Cat. Goodbye, Cat. Oh, she dodged. All right. Cat once again the goat. And the cat. Okay. That went well. Now we have to catch the Pope.
Let's play catch that pose.
Easily is relative, Cerberus. Sometimes Habaruku is free, and sometimes he destroys you. It really depends on which side of the bed you want.
Yeah. Really, the interesting thing here is that he's running from us as if he can't take us out immediately, and giving us the opportunity to become more powerful. Like if he had just confronted us in the big church hall before we got G-Dragon and stuff like that, it's like maybe he would have had a chance.
Alright, we are done with the randos, so that was overall a pretty good split. Yeah, when they made Breath of Fire 2, they'd invented gravity, but not fall damage.
So, this is another very creative boss fight coming up here.
It's Dad! For those who do
It's
not
Dad!
recognize his sprite from 7 hours ago.
For those paying attention, it is the father.
Aja.
He appears to be in some kind of machine.
He's tagging me on Discord. Okay. Oh, fire pump. Shave ice. Hail.
So, for those who don't know, this boss is made up of 4 targetable enemies. There are 3 eyeballs and the old man. An obvious solution to beating this fight would just be to AoE everything, use our cool new dragon ability that does 999 damage to everything on the screen. Like, that would seem to be very effective. We can't do that. In order to unlock the good ending of the game, we have to leave the old man alive. This fight has an alternate ending trigger. If all 3 of the eyes are destroyed, but the old man is still alive, the fight will end, and a different sequence of events will play out than if you just kill everyone. So they did give us a cool shiny new dragon ability and then said, you can't use it.
Yet.
So, yet. So we have to do this fight honorably, which mostly involves very, very careful damage counting anytime we do use AoE abilities, and otherwise just single targeting down the eyeball.
Not the attack. Nice. That has been achieved. We are plus 39. Ugh. Okay, one more hour. We're almost there.
There we go. We have saved Dad, which is another component required for the good ending. The first component was talking to that random person off screen in that one town that we did a little while ago. This was component number 2. And those are really the most important ones. There is a trigger that you need to make sure that you don't miss now that we have done those 2 things. Which definitely no one has ever missed before.
Yep, not once. Not one single time. No, I'm pretty sure I have at this point located every possible way.
Yeah. Now we get very important Dad backstory.
Okay. Now that the stakes are the highest they've ever been, the next thing we have to do is bake some cookies.
Nice. Look, I don't know about you, but I find that a lot of life's problems can be solved by delicious home baking.
I do not disagree.
Can we get the game category changed to Cooking Mom? So what's happening here is that one of the things that you can upgrade your town to be able to do is have this cute little kitchen where you can combine multiple items into other items, and this is one of the ways in which you can access some of the really unhinged healing items that you can't get any other way, or that are very rare random drops from obscure enemies and stuff like that. And biscuits, in particular, are real good.
The last 2 boss fights really, really mandate some multi-target healing ability, and Only characters who learn those are Bo and Rand, and they learn them at levels significantly higher than we are going to be achieving.
And this dialogue sequence is part 3 of unlocking the good ending.
Yep, the good ending is now unlocked. My run will be valid, even if it will be garbage.
Basically, the pieces of the puzzle that we needed were to come down into the well and see that there's a strange machine down here. We needed to talk to Ichichi in that hidden room in Guntz because she's a machine person and she likes looking at machines, and she's like, "Oh, you've got a funny looking machine. Come look at it." But she doesn't know what it does. When you rescue Dad, he will then tell you that it's the same kind of like soul-sucking power soul machine that he was just plugged into in the church. A similar machine existed in High Fort. Shupke tried to use it. And so since he knows what it is and what to do with it, he and Ichichi team up, plug your dad into it, and it turns out it makes your town fly.
I will say, the fact that they set up the fact that there exist machines that can turn like living energy into fuel as just a thing that exists in this universe before dropping the whole dad thing on you, that is actually good writing. The writers did a thing.
Yeah, the fact that they introduce that concept in High Fort is one of the things that really salvages High Fort for me.
So many games just pull something out of their pocket, like right at the end of the game. It's like, oh, by the way, this is a thing now.
Yeah, they could have very easily just had it be a thing that exists in the Grand Church and here, and that would have been fine. But the fact that they put the same thing into High Fort as well and had it be a significant part of the High Fort story is like kudos to the writing team on this for doing that. And it's really one of those like, oh, kind of like brings it all together kind of moments when you realize that like all of the different places where it was dropped in, because like they even say, I think during High Fort, like K describes it as like turning the castle itself into like a weapon of war. And then when you see what hometown become or what township becomes, it suddenly it makes sense. Oh yes, and these idiots blew up the dragon that was protecting them. Because they are dumb.
Not realize what game they're in. The dragons are the good guys.
You fools!
Hey, new friend. Hey, Zell, we are probably going to be a hair over estimate. Right now, if I keep pace, it will be exactly on estimate, but based on how I'm playing, I'm not actually expecting myself to keep pace. And of course, there's always the possibility that Habaruku stomps me into the dirt, or the cat strat goes badly or something. So, 8 to 8:15, up to 15 minutes over time, but not too bad. You may be required to tap the sign, but only a little bit. Alright, and now we get to meet the coolest. Sana with Spoo and Shem. I always almost get that wrong.
Anyone who's not familiar with what's about to happen is going to have a really good time.
Cat is now certifiably the coolest. Also, this bookshelf has a dinker. I know it.
But still, pants.
But she does have a badass combat leotard thing.
That's true. At least there is a leotard involved now.
Hey, we did not lose time on this split. Fantastic.
Whoa.
I mean, admittedly, it is a split with no combat, so how would I lose time other than just sucking? There's this entire shaman system, which you see very little of in the speedrun, and which is kind of underdeveloped in the game itself. A lot of it is like right at the end of the game, and also the mechanics are kind of fiddly in it. But despite those things, it is a super cool system. Oh, coffee's empty.
What? This elderly priest turned out to be a fraud all along?
A
I can't
phony.
believe it. I'm shocked. Who could have possibly predicted this?
And yeah, Matthew, the combat balance in Breath of Fire 1 is even more out of whack than in Breath of Fire 2. The Breath of Fire 2 dragons break combat balance a little bit, but nowhere near like what the dragons in Breath of Fire 1.
Oh,
Alright, boss fight. Let's see if he is angry today. Dragon.
also,
Attack up.
I just love his. It's the little squid pope.
Yeah, the cephalopope. Behold the cephalopope.
Behold his glorious demonic form.
Okay. Rain. Good. That means it's still peaceful Pope.
This boss is an example of something that works, but not as intended.
Yep. He is supposed to use this drain if he's out of AP, but instead he uses it if he's at full AP, thereby causing himself to stay at full attack.
So he can actually get himself trapped in a little bit of a loop.
Yeah, there is a chance for him to break out of this loop and cast a different spell, and if he does, then he instantly switches to his most threatening, almost dead, cast all of the most powerful offensive magic phase, which is cool. Yeah, that's fine. We're okay with that.
Yeah. Like I said, he works, but not intended.
So it looks like we got Peaceful Pope today. Last run, during the Breath of Fire showcase, he definitely was Angry Pope, and he murdered. This is not cool, I think. Okay, and he just casts 2 debuff spells. Cool. Means we are holding pace with this fight. Yeah, he does have, like, I love his goofy little sprite. It's adorably goofy, but I feel like for the third final boss, he should probably have been actually menacing.
Yeah, it's one of those I can both see what they were going for and also not see what they were going for, because on the one hand, I kind of get the idea that like they're trying to present him as like all bluster and like yes, he claims all of this great godly power and stuff like that, and then he's just a little squiddly guy. But on the other hand, he does have great godly power because he murdered Taiga in one shot.
Like, yeah, they needed to not set him up as such of a badass if they wanted to give him this sprite.
Yeah, they definitely sent mixed messages with the characterization for it.
I would be cool with giving Kuadora this sprite and give this guy Kuadora's sprite.
Actually, yeah.
Right? Like, that would work.
So whoever is making my Mimifood drop pack, there you go. Get on that.
I need to not miss the dialogue boss here.
Yes, there is a run-ending text box here.
Yeah, if you hit wait and then hit yes, you get the bad ending. Alright, so coming up, here is where we can just lose or gain another 10 plus minutes, depending on whether the cat strat goes.
You guys are really gonna like this.
I'm pretty sure that at this point most people in chat are familiar with the cat strat, but all the same, if you're new,
we've got 200 people watching. So.
What the? Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, well now I have stage fright. How's it going?
I'm seeing 197 viewers.
All right. I had assumed, based on how quiet chat was, that it was fewer. That is not a complaint, by the way. Lurking is cool.
I just assume everyone's lurking. I would be lurking if I wasn't commentating.
Surprised. So, first order of business, get me out of here, get the fuck out of here, good god, oh my god. That is the bad place. Hey, Fuddle Bob! Okay, so we're got the holy scarf is off of backlaw, rainbow rope, which Alright, and let's see if I can get this right.
This is going to look really weird for a second, and
Yeah,
then it's going to
bear with
require
me.
significant amount. Yeah, it's going to look really weird, and then it's going to require a long explanation, and then it'll make sense.
I'm performing a science. Hey, we're anti-down, that's good. Hit on. Perfect. That's not perfect.
These aren't your grandma's speedrun strats.
Yeah, exactly. Need one of these two to hit. Not ideal. Perfect. Alright, we are in business. What do you mean won't? Seriously? Well, let's try that again. Did I forget to equip something? Did I forget to put the speed accessories on Cat? That might have been. Nope, they are on Cat. That actually just was the extreme choice. That feels. Oh, because Cat's only level 24. How did that happen? Okay. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine.
That never happened in practice.
Yeah, normally she's a level or two higher. Not good. We need him alive. Okay. Very good.
Let him cook, guys. Just let him cook.
I promise we're going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
Eventually. Okay. Guess that's fine. switch off. Switch off. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that took longer than usual.
But now, we're in it to win it.
Now we're in business. Alright, so shall we explain?
Yes. So, remember all the way back at the start of the run when we said the run chance in this game is really bad and that we wouldn't be doing it very often? The reason is math. The reason is one of those like things work, like the spaghetti code of this game working in a really weird way. The run chance is calculated by based on the average speed stat of all of your alive party members compared to probably the enemy's speed stat, I would assume.
Yep.
That means most of the time you're not running from anything because a lot of your party members, particularly Ryu, Rand, they're very slow. Characters like Sten and Kat, they're fast. But the characters that are slow are like really slow, and it tends to counteract any chance that you might have to run away. So the run chance ends up being very low. The important part there is that it's based on alive party members. Which means what we've done here is we've given Kat one of her shaman transformations, which boosts her stats quite a bit, namely her speed. Her speed is very high now, and we've now killed everyone else in the party who was slowing her down. So now we can just run from everything.
Now, I don't know exactly how the calculation is being done in the code, but what I have observed is that no matter how much faster you are, the run chance never quite gets to 100%. It behaves a bit like accuracy in Gen 1 Pokemon, where like a move that is 100% accurate still has a 1 in 256 chance to miss. There seems to be something like that for running when you dramatically outspeed the enemy. It seems like it's almost 100%, but with a tiny chance to fail anyway. And that is why Kat failed her run when we first tried to set up the Kat strat. We got the tiny probability of failure first try, just because it's been that kind of run, and then we lost a couple minutes.
But now that we've got the strat going, we can now basically bypass most of the final dungeon.
Yep.
There are one or two spooky fights because the enemies involved are quite fast, but mostly we can just run from everything.
Yeah, there is exactly... Oh, for friggin'... Come on, not like this. So even when you do get the extremely rare fail, you could just survive. Like, that is an option. But there's one enemy formation that is scary. There's one enemy down here that is fast enough that you don't outspeed it. In fact, it comically outspeeds you. It literally just has the stat cap for its speed stat. It's 511. So you're never running from those things. Except the thing is, they're not threatening. They do effectively no damage. So a fight that was just them would not be a problem. You just use the Empire Sword from your inventory and it one-shots them because they only have 5 health each. Problem is that there's an enemy formation that is a bunch of them and also a big angry thing called a Daedalus. And the Daedalus can and will kill you while you are unable to run away from them. So we hope to not see that formation. If we do see it, we could get a lead-off attack, that's a 25% chance, and then we can escape. Or we can turn 1 use the Empire Sword to kill off the little guys, and then we have to survive the turn against the big guy. The big guy will sometimes just cast attack up on himself, which is fine because then we can run away. And if he attacks us, we also have a chance to dodge or a chance to just survive the hit. So we have several ways out, but also he can just kill you.
Yeah. Really, the ideal is big money, no damage.
Yeah, we would prefer to just not see him in the first place. And everything else, we just have to dodge that minuscule Gen 1 miss thing. I mean, so far we've had 2 Gen 1 misses, which is incredibly unlucky. I have never seen 2 Gen 1 misses in the same run before. Normally you get 0 occasionally. But the end result is that we can do this, and any other way of dealing with this final dungeon is just comically slower by, like, dozens of minutes.
This dungeon takes so long to do normally.
Even with the 2 failed attempts at the setup, this is still faster than the next fastest strategy.
By a country mile.
Yeah. So the 2 failed setups there, I lost about a little under 2 minutes compared to the PB. But like any other strat I use would take at least 5 minutes more than this took. Probably more like 10. So this is just how we have to deal with the final dungeon. We kill everybody off except Cat, and then we cross our fingers. It is a good time. It's a combination of the random encounters being very strong. Like, almost all of the enemies down here are either annoying or threatening. And also, just the encounter rate is so friggin' high. So you will be fighting and killing dozens of things to get down here. But it is kind of fun. It's cool that you can get like 6 to 7 hours, depending on the category, into your speedrun. And then you just have to roll the dice and really hope that nothing bad happens. And sometimes your world record pace run just suddenly dies. It's a really good time. It gets the blood pumping. It gets the audience excited.
Remember this big tower thing from the opening crawl? Throwback to 7 hours ago. Also, there's a guy that if you talk to him, you lose 20 minutes.
Yep. The plot trap.
Great. It's so good. It's also like really story relevant, important plot, and it's totally optional.
It's your family backstory.
It's like your character's entire backstory, and it's optional. Like, you don't even have to do it, but if you do it, you lose 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, it is just a huge cutscene.
Yeah.
I mean, you play through some of it, but you just walk around and talk to people.
It's all like just moving around, walking and talking. it's a flashback sequence of Ryu's mother, because she was a member of this underground dwelling dragon tribe, and she decided to go to the surface, where she fell in love with a human man and had a family. And like you get her whole backstory, like you get her like leaving Delagany to go up to the surface and meeting Gainer, your dad, and then having kids.
These, those little fucks. Those are the fast things.
Ah.
Fortunately, it was a beat off attack. That's one solution. Oh, yeah.
And you basically... Oh.
So that is going to be a reset.
Whoop.
Yep. Yeah, so those skull things, I think they're, other than the little things, the skull things are the next fastest enemies, and I think they're just fast enough that because my cat is a lower level than average, I actually have meaningfully less than 100% run chance. Fortunately, we just saved, so it's not a big problem. Yeah, I think with a level 26 cat, you are back up to the almost guaranteed run chance against those things, but... that goes back to our queen grind, not having all that many fatties in it, and then in the Grand Church, we didn't have that many random encounters, and those are the two main places cats getting experience. Ah, the Cyclops! I love that guy.
He's so funny. He's a funny little guy.
The funny, very large guy.
Nope, he's a little guy. And
Okay,
he's
made it out of the spooky room. There are not very many Ganon spawns now. Could still get got by the skulls, though. Gosh, I love this encounter rate. Oh, and we're okay.
And we kind of flew right past it, but there is a not optional
Yeah.
15-minute plot sequence that we walked right past. We will be going back and doing it by doing something clever.
Oh no, did I forget something important? So close. It's there. Teleport through counter reset. And get the loot. Final treasure chest? No, second last treasure chest. Get dragon armor. Nice.
The dragon armor.
Okay, so I am doing some equipping. First of all, I'm doing some refining. Equip. Take off the speedy stuff. The speedy stuff goes on Ryu. Okay. Good. Empire sword. Shoot. I do not. What's left? Sure, that will not be a problem. Alright. Hardest boss in the game. I'm sure nothing bad is going to happen. And then if I win this, if everything goes well, we've got about half an hour left. When have things never gone well? Bend. G-Dragon.
Also,
Attack up.
do you guys remember this fellow from 7.5 hours ago?
Just a cute little guy. Hanging out in caves. Spooking the youngsters.
Yeah, I've got to wonder how he got out of the cave at the start of the game. And then how and why he went back into the cave in between now and then. Like, you think once he was out of the cave, he would have stayed out of the cave.
Voltex, that's what that is. That is a problem. Okay. How do I do this? Full attack. I still have 25 HP. Very good. Phase 1. Moondrop.
So this boss is interesting because when you the first phase, he ends the fight temporarily and says, "Want to fight me by yourself, all alone?" And you can say yes.
You're cutting in and out a little bit on the microphones.
Okay. Let me for the call. Hopefully that helps.
All right.
But yeah, you can just go mano a mano with this guy, and in one very specific category of the game, it's required.
Good. Slow down. Okay, so I've done. This is the second dragon. Shoutouts to the speedrun where someone accidentally selected yes. Most Breath of Fire 2 runners have selected yes at least once. I have, Shogun has, Andy has, Jenya has, Magus did back in the day. MCon
It's
has.
a rite of passage at this point.
Everybody gets one. Dragon number 4 is the turn where I do thing. It's a really clever thing.
Really, the main thing about that particular dialogue box is what we were saying earlier, where like the default option is you say yes.
Yep.
So if you're just mashing your way through it, you say yes.
The jukes. Very nice. I don't think it mattered, but very nice. Okay, so Ryu is going to equip the frozen armor before using his G-Dragon this turn. Tooth Biscuit. Ice Ball.
but is Blue going to risk it for the biscuit?
Funny.
Yes, I'm firing.
Okay, Fire Breath is good. So the reason that I switched Ryu's armor, I made him slower than Baruberry, so that Baruberry still has about 2,000 health left. As Baruberry's health drops, his physical attacks become stronger. And at the highest threshold, his physical attack can one-shot me. So by doing it this way, he did this previous turn at his second highest damage threshold, and now I can switch and put the dragon armor back on. And I have done this wrong. That's fine, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. I just realized one of these turns I was supposed to use a fireball. It's fine.
What could possibly go
Nothing
wrong?
is going to go wrong. He may kill Ryu, but I can just use a second fireball with Blue next turn. Or Blue could just crit the fireball. That probably also does it. I think that's enough. Man, it is so close. I think he might have 5 health left. Yep, 5 health. Okay, Bolt X. It's fine. That will probably kill Cat, but then Ryu could just take a swag at him. The fireball as well, just in case it's discounted. Cool. Alright, that is the hardest boss in the game. And no soft lock. Thank goodness.
Oh, right, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Everybody forgets about it until it happens to them.
And then it's like, hey, what's going on in my run? There is a rare soft lock where the white the white line and that like whites out the screen doesn't happen. It just doesn't like load in, and you're just kind of stuck there.
Chain. Step. Hey. Now we get to do the cool thing. There's a secret in this room. Sten and Cat together. Life bracelet is a really, really useful accessory. Beth Evan.
And it's hidden.
Shoot.
If you solo fight Baruberry, he tells you where it is.
Well, he gives you a hint at least. It's a little.
He gives you a hint where it is. But it's there regardless. So if you know where to find it, then you can just go get it.
Okay, now I am fresh out of fruit. Stop at the moment.
So I know it might look like
Always forget.
we're backtracking really far here, but it's intentional because there's the required plot segment that we breezed past so that we could get all the way down to that save point at the bottom with cat strats, and then once we're done with the plot segment, we can just death warp back down because we've now saved down there.
And yes, all of that kerfuffle is still faster than doing it normally. Because if you do the infinity cutscene at the normal time, then you have to fight your way down. You won't be able to use the cat strat.
The plot segment turns off all your shaman forms, and so then you can't do the run strats.
Alright, I don't know if any of our mods are in chat, Zell or Fuddlebob or whoever, but we've got about 25 minutes left, give or take. So we are going over estimate by about 10 minutes. As is tradition.
Yeah. It's fine. We're giving the people what they want.
Yep. Just one last bit of throwing for content. Hey, that's a lead on. I'll take this. Alright, and now we get to walk and talk to people for 10 minutes. How's it going in chat? Please entertain me.
Also, thank you to all of you beautiful people who've been hanging out. We appreciate your support.
And I'm so glad I already have the whole this category, so I don't feel obligated to grind.
Yeah.
What a struggle this has been. I've been spoiled by any percent. How am I supposed to play this game without my emotional support?
For anyone interested in the plot here, we're learning the meaning of friendship.
Very literally.
Yeah. We have to spend 20 minutes walking through hallways and talking to all of our friends in order to decide who to sacrifice to gain great power. And if we say any of the people that we actually want to sacrifice, we have to do it all over again. We've all tried to sacrifice Jean. It does not work.
I have always been a little disappointed that there is no hallway for...
Yeah. Blue was probably a late addition to the game.
Max, Hyasune is calling you out. You thought you loved the Froge. How
I
could you
didn't
sacrifice
say-
the Froge?
That's true. I can sacrifice the things that I love. But I do love Froge.
Also, welcome to the chat. They definitely could have cut out the meandering hallway from this whole segment.
Oh my god, yes. It's brutal. Well, especially because there's just nothing. Like, yeah, cool. You spend a little bit of time in a random hallway with your friend. Like, fight a battle or something.
Yeah, if there actually was a battle to fight, that would seriously improve this whole thing. Either have a battle or just take out the hall. So just the door goes straight to the pedestal where you talk to them. That would be okay. That would like cut down the time it takes to do this by half.
Because I don't hate it as a concept, but its execution leaves a lot to be desired.
Okay, one more. Almost done. And we have all learned a valuable lesson. I have learned that I should go back to submitting Glitchless with an 8:15 estimate rather than 8 hours. That was optimistic. How could I possibly end up 40 minutes behind? Surely not. Nope.
Turns out that really good roach luck was an ill omen.
Your Amazon algorithm acting up again, Matthew. Happy to say I don't believe I have ever used Amazon. Nothing ever. Oh. We win. Real lesson is that no is a full sentence. And we're sitting at a very cozy plus 45 minutes. It was one of those runs. It's okay.
Yeesh. Oof,
We all had a good time.
bad.
And look, we still got 15 minutes of run left. People can still donate to charity.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Nora, it makes me sad too that this isn't pizza %.
Oh, hey, Nora! Good to see you. Nora is also a Breath of Fire 2 runner, although somewhat inactive at the moment. I promise that's not a call-out. It's just...
Yes, we are now executing our final death warp.
Hey. Ah. one last safety save, just for good measure. Okay, level 25 on Cat. Is that enough to outspeed Death Evan? I think it is. Goody goody. I was kind of hoping that would happen. If you have to fight Death Evan with Cat not outspeeding him, it gets real spooky because you don't know how much you have to heal. Turn. Frick. Hey, bonus level on Ryu. We'll take that. That's safety. That's what that is. Oh. Okay. I have been punished. Surely let me escape. Nothing bad ever happens in Breath of Fire 2. Here we are.
Always.
We made it.
Always punished.
We made it. Like 10 more minutes. Well, 10 to 15. I forget exactly how long this little cutscene is. We're almost there. So the most interesting mechanic about the upcoming Death Evan fight is he has 10,000 health, and at 5,000 he switches AIs. In the first half of his health bar, he can cast Dispel, which removes all buffs from your party. His probability of casting Dispel goes up the more buffs you have. Now, you really want the attack up buff on Ryu. However, the Biscuit, which is your main source of multi-target healing, also gives the entire party a defense buff. So if you have to Biscuit, it is more likely that he will Dispel and you'll have to reapply your attack buff. So you try not to Biscuit if you can.
Wait, you literally risk it for the biscuit.
You actually risk it for the Biscuit. Pax is correct. Don't appreciate that. He's polite. He is polite. This is the one place where I feel like the original janky translation is better than the fan retranslation. The really awkward, stilted dialogue in the original translation feels appropriately alien for what is supposed to be like an eldritch god of chaos. And the less stilted dialogue in the retranslation, I think, actually makes him less scary.
Mm-hmm.
That is the one place where I object. Otherwise, across the board, the fan translation is just not in this scene. Which is kind of unfortunate that it ends on a down note, but it is what it is. Alright. 1v1 me, brah. And by 1v1, I mean I'm going to immediately summon my goons. So yes, once again, the power of the dragon is actually the magic of friendship, even more literally than it was in Breath of Fire 1.
A real Final Fantasy IV using the crystal moment right here.
Paging, yes, this is the final fight. We've got roughly 10 minutes left, depending on how mean he is to me. 8 to 10 minutes left. And then however much of the credits you would like me to sit through. I know we are a little behind schedule, so if you just want to kill me as soon as we've certified the good ending, that's cool by me. That just means I can escape and get my sandwich that much faster.
There is no escape.
Ah. I thought you were going to say there is no sandwich, and I was going to be a lot more heartbroken about that one.
I have no control over whether or not there's a sandwich.
Alright. We have resurrected our valued friends, and also Sten. We can finish the run, you can suffer. I love how well the really longathon staff understands my brain. Tickle tickle! Not cat. We're not allowed to tickle cat. So, quite seriously, Sten is just here to be a sacrificial offering. We need Ryu, Bleu, and Cat, and any fourth party member would be equally dead weight. So Sten was the most recent one in the party we needed for something else, so Sten stays. But we're not doing anything with him, we just hope he dies soon.
Poor guy.
I know, right? Yes, we have confirmed Cat is successfully outspeeding Death Evan. That is very nice. Fortunately, Cold Breath means I will need to Biscuit, so I'm just going to have to live with a high probability of getting a Dispel. But crits are nice. Come on, just attack Sten. Quite literally wearing the gear from the start of the game. You can one-shot him. $17. 20. I'm counting to 100. In case you play along. And yes, I have rounded off the last 2 digits. If he wants to keep cold breathing, that's fine by me. This is very easy to deal with. Like Ryu to beat some. That's me. There's the Dispel. Aw, Sten, why'd you dodge? We want you dead. It is actually speedrun optimal for Sten to die. Getting there. So. Hey, stand on. You can crit this turn, he'll be over his threshold, and we will have no more dispels to do. I'll give you one time. It's 45. No, 10G Dragons is no longer the strat because cooking Wise Balls is very time inefficient. I know this looks slow, but trust me, the Wise Balls are far slower. Okay, and we avoided the final dispel. $52. Now half dead. Oh, not like. Oh, right, I have the life bracelet. I'm immune to that. 53, 6. We're just gonna let Blue die here because of buffs. Just the Ryu and Cat show, and the fewer people are alive, the faster his multi-targets animate. Dead. Oh, that's spooky. 7. It's not the end of the world. We have life PLs. It's fine, but that is I'm lost. That's fine. Oh, we were at 64. Vampire, thank you so much. That's good. Not very many biscuits left. That is spooky. Light by. Ryu's complete lack of crits is concerning. Biscuits. Yep. Okay. For it. Yep. All right. Well, that's a wipe. Cool.
Haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, so that's because he spammed a whole bunch of cold breath at the start and just used up all of my biscuits. That can happen.
Even here at the end of all things, you guys get to see a little bit more buff too.
Yeah, aren't you happy about that? That's another plus 15 minutes. Whoops. I also need to forget to kill AP. Yeah, that's not a concern in any percent because you have unlimited healing. But in Glitchless, he can actually just run you out of healing if he does the bad stuff too much. So once more with feeling, and hopefully with more crits from Ryu. We are kind of on a clock. Hey, cheers! Yeah, Breath of Fire 4 is a big game. I think that 3 is the best game in the series overall, even though it's not the one I speedrun. If I were to recommend to somebody who has never played a Breath of Fire game before which one they should start with, I'd usually say 3.
Definitely not 1.
No, 1 is not beginner friendly. Everybody's acting as if DQ doesn't exist. Yeah. I do not dislike it. I have just never played it. It seems like a fine game.
It's also a very different game. Yeah, like I'm not against its existence or its place in the Breath of Fire franchise, but it's just very different. If you want to like get a sense of like the of Breath of Fire as a series, it's not the one to play just because of how different it is.
I understand the desire for HD remasters. I am personally of the opinion that the original games usually look better than the remasters anyway, so I don't share in the desire. I don't mind if they get made, I just won't buy them. Like the pixel remasters for the Final Fantasy series do not appeal to me. I'd rather just emulate the, which both to my taste looks better and also means I can mod the heck out of them, because usually people mods for the original games and not for the remasters. I think all Breath of Fire 2 needs is the fan retranslation and maybe cheeky little mod to fix some of the balance wackos. And maybe a sign that indicates to you where the hell to get the dragon spells. Yeah, if you're actually like remaking a game from the ground up, like with the Final Fantasy VII remakes, that's different. I think the Final Fantasy VII remakes look stellar. No complaints. But the things that various studios have been putting out that are just like remasters, like there's just the old game, but it looks newer, I do not like. Hopefully this one goes better. And the instant dispel, very cool. Fair enough. I'm very used to my little emulator window. It does not bother me in the slightest, even though I know it's not exactly a faithful representation. It's close enough for my tastes. Oh yes, come on, hit stem. Nice. That is optimal. Speedrun optimal monkey slaying. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Nice, good job, Blue. Come on, Ree, where are the crits? We just did this. Nice counterattack, Cat. Tried. So turns like this, where I can heal with a health meal rather than a biscuit, are good. They're what we want to see more. Okay, goodbye buffs. Eight. Going so slowly? Ryu, why are you not critting? Somehow this is going worse than last time. Nice. That's Ryu. Yeah, he's either just at or just over that threshold. Just at. Okay. Now you should be at 50. Breath of Fire 2 doesn't have grid. This isn't a gear issue, this is an RNG issue. Ooh, that was spooky. $56, that's better. I love the cold breath. It's after this one. Could be going better. Okay, spooky, but fine. Seven. Oh no, cat is very squishy. Accurate assessment.
Yeah, cat is the definition of a glass cannon.
8. So depressing. More biscuits left? No. So, in a normal fight, Ryu would have crit enough times, he would be dead by now. I think Ryu has crit once this whole fight, which is shockingly. Also, low rolling. That 277 is his minimum damage roll. So this is extremely unfortunate. And now he's switched to doing exclusively multi-targets. This one. I'm not even confident that I've kept count, but he's got around 2,000 health left, which could be as few as 4 hits, if Ryu actually remembers how to do his job. I'm gonna revive. At least I have options for how to heal without any biscuits. I'm not actually sure if this is correct, because I have not extensively tested what to do if your luck is this bad. Usually I would just say, go to bed, try again tomorrow.
Yeah. Run it back. Got another 8 hours in you?
So... No, sir, there is... Nothing is manipulable here. Nothing is manipped. He is just... This is RNG. The answer to everything that is going on right now is this is just all RNG. That's fine. Never mind, that's fine. Really unfortunate. Okay, I don't know what Eldritch God has caused this guy to just switch to doing death every turn, but I guess that is one of the ways we could. Okay, the Boner Laser is Concern Town. Oh look, he crits. Good, get me out of here. We're done. It's not 8:30 yet. Holy moly. 8 hours, 29 minutes, 36 seconds on my timer. Good grief.
We did it.
I cannot believe that that is the Death Evan fight that won. That kind of Death Evan fight should have been a loss. The previous one should have been a win.
Yeah.
It is friggin'
No,
backwards
honestly,
day.
that's got to be the first time I've seen Death Evan misbehave that much.
Yeah,
And by
no,
Death
that's new
Evan,
for
I
me
mean
too.
Ryu.
I have seen wipes to Death Evan, but it's because he does like back to back to back bone lasers. These were wipes just because Ryu could not land crits.
Yeah.
Like, on average, you expect Ryu to crit half or more of his attacks, and I think in that winning fight, he got 3 total the entire fight.
Jesus.
Alright, well, I'm really glad this run was already a train wreck, because if that had happened to a good run, I would have been so sad.
You would have been... There'd have been some tilt. You would have been sideways.
I have to know, what is Ryu's condition stat? There is no way it's good, is it? His condition is okay. So yeah, somehow Ryu low-rolled his condition update several times to end up with an okay condition stat. I could kind of tell that must be what it was. So while we sit through some of the credits until I get booted off the stage, your crit chance is determined by your condition stat. Your condition stat is itself effectively random. Periodically throughout the game, your condition stat will update, and it updates semi-randomly. Each character has a base track that their condition stat follows, but then there is variance whether it's up or down from there. So evidently Ryu just dramatically low-rolled his most recent condition update, because I've seen him have super and good. That's the first time I've ever seen him have okay in the Death Evan fight. So that explains why we got so few crits, but even that was too few for having okay condition. So we got terminally unlucky in several ways. Which, you know, that is exactly how we like to end the run. A good plus 1 hour and 5 minutes on world record. Thank you so much to everybody who watched. That was a great time for you and a terrible time for me. But I did have fun and I enjoyed the company. And we raised money for charity, so I can't even be mad.
We did. Exactly. It was all for a good cause, and, you know, we were throwing for charity.
So my commentator is Pax Paradox. I think that's Pax_Paradox. Go follow him.
Yes.
Which, the more people follow Pax, the more he's going to feel peer pressure to actually stream again. Because it has now been actual years.
I'll do it when I thought I was going to have a new PC multiple months ago, and that has not happened. And my laptop is not in any state to basically do anything anymore. Hence why I have been commentating from my tablet all evening.
Xinglon is actually the GOAT. Ryu is no longer the protagonist. Now it's Xinglon, who just donated $350. Which also put us over the donation target. So,
yes!
Super congrats to you. You are the real winner of this run. But also, that means that Breath of Fire 2 officially got us over our target. And I am going to consider that a win. I was actually I was throwing for content, I was stalling until the donation was ready. That was 100% calculated. I totally meant to wipe on the final boss and lose 20 minutes. Xinglon is retroactively saving me. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Yep. So historically, we go until we see the town fall out of the sky to confirm the good ending. Because I definitely did screw that up one time. And I invalidated what would have been a world record by not getting the good ending.
It was pretty funny. I will admit, I did enjoy it.
And after that, it then took me several more months to actually reclaim the world record, because at that time, it wasn't that I was improving my own world record, I was trying to steal Andy's. And Andy got to keep his record for several more months because I invalidated my own run.
Yeah, you've got to be the first person to throw a run after the run has been finished.
To date, the only one in our community. And I have not heard of that happening in other communities. I'm sure I'm not the only one literally ever in history, but yeah, it is not something that you hear often. Alright, that is the good ending. You can boot me off the
We
stage
did
at
it!
any time. We're free now! Everybody can go and stand up and stretch and get a drink. Go to the washroom. Call your mother.